Good morning, everybody. Is sound right? The guys at the back. Those sitting here, those at the back, is the most important today, okay? But remember, you must look at us, okay, in front. But just know there's people at the back, that's very important. All right. Today, and now, we're opening our 5th annual web seminar. Sorry, I'm thinking of the guys online because we're privileged enough to go blended. So yes, to all the viewers that has joined us via Teams and logging in, I trust you've got a nice cup of coffee, and even if you're sitting working, I know we all are multi-skilled, we can do that. Please enjoy the day with us, the 2 days with us, and yes, for all of you sitting in the hall, julle sit so haast back, julle sit net one slip, en dit is nou vir my nogal, maar ons is so dankbaar julle is saam met ons. Ek is Marindine Lou, I'm from UNISA, and we in the Northern Cape, we form part of the Midlands region, but I'm not here with my UNISA today. No, I am here as one of the forum members of the Post-School Education and Training Forum of the Northern Cape. So we brought all the stakeholders together. Yeah, I know you might think and you might look left and right and there's this empty seat. Remember, there's a person online that was supposed to sit next to you, but due to kind of budget constraints in the sector, we do not have all our stakeholders with us. And of course, Upington is also now not, Northern Cape is also not, the closest to everybody. So welcome to those that's joining us. Welcome to you. Lekker om julle hier by ons te hê in ons eie huis hier in die Noord-Kaap. And yes, for the next 2 days, we are going to interact. We are going to share ideas. We're going to bring some information. But it's not information you can keep for yourself. So yes, please, there's on the registrations, there's online links where people can, if you see that somebody you know is not here or not linked up, send that link to them. Let them join us to get the information firsthand. All right. Now, we are here at the Upington Rural TVET College, which is also part of the Northern Cape PSET Forum. And it's for me a privilege to ask Mr. Sago to come to the front and welcome us officially in his house. Mr. Sago?
Good morning. I just you know, some people are confusing the surname of Sego. You know, when I go to Joburg, they'll say Saho. And, you know, they call me, I'm just going to give, before I do the welcoming, you know, what does Sego means? My surname is actually Soga. You know, you still remember the days of apartheid. There was the only one. My child, you must go to colored school. We cannot say Soga. Change the O. And my Oma said, okay, when you go to Home Affairs, when they pin you, you mustn't say Uchu. You must say Aina. So now when for Home Affairs, they didn't ask me to do that because they said, okay man, this guy can't be black, he's a colored, let him go through. So since then I was Percy Sego. Now, because I actually grew up there's a place they call the ghetto in number 2. So I had to go to, it was not far from Olympic Primary School in Buckley Road, those who knows Kimberley. That's why people, they sometimes get confused with this Sego, blah, blah. And that's why I usually tell people, even though if you go into the history of Obosoga, then when you see me, you must bow. Because ancestry-wise and historically wise, I'm actually a king standing here, if you don't know. This Dugusamo Umatiba Utomo. Just go into the internet, you'll see. You're standing, I'm a king standing here. Tanya, when you see me, our DHD officials, when you see me next time, you must, okay? My friends from the Department of Higher Education. So I'm actually a king standing here. And sometimes in Uppington, I just want to explain to people of Uppington that I'm not working for Uppington. They're confused. I'm the principal of Uppington College. It's not a college, it's a campus. Now we're going to the principal of Uppington. I'm not the principal of Uppington. Now let me just give you a quick history of the institution itself. During the time of Kara Asmal, I've been in the sector for 24 years. And he said he wants 52 colleges in the country. There are about 280 colleges in South Africa. Then I was very young, in my 30s, I was deployed to merge these institutions this side, at the time of Tina Jumat and Andre Jumat. Then when we sat and merged this, when we wrote the document, then we said, okay, the name of the institution, what are we going to say? Then we couldn't find a common name because the rural TVET college consists of 5 campuses, but situated in different regions. You have Kuruman campus, which sit Nkatu in the JTG. You have Pixley Kasemi, which is the R campus. You have Namakwa campus, and you have the Uppington campus. We couldn't even say the Orange River College. Then we decided on, okay, let's call it the Northern Cape Rural TVET College. Because at that stage I was deployed also by Kara Asmal to Wales. But we were so very strategic, they sent me to Wales, to a small town, just looked like Uppington and our places here, they call Cardiff, not Cardiff City, Cardiff is a capital city. A very small city in Wales. But they also sent us, we were 21 in the country, to certain places where the situations are the same as where you come from. Now, Upington campus is only one campus of the Northern Cape Rural TVET College. And the Northern Cape Rural TVET College is the most difficult merger in South Africa. And in the document, we decided the central office is going to be in Upington because it's going to be more central to move to Namakwa, to Pixley Kasemi, to JTG. That's what we wrote in the document. But each and every campus have a campus manager which reports to our central office in Upington. So we run this college from Upington. Now, the reason I'm saying the most difficult merger in South Africa, imagine running campuses which are 400 km from the central office. If the students strike in Kathu, they want to see the principal, I must drive to Kathu. You know, there's one guy who's working now for the college at Kathu. They were striking. And when I came there, they said, when I came into the yard, then they sang. It was that time South African Student Congress. Sego shapile nyaupe, sego shapile nyaupe. Then I kept quiet. Then I called the SRC into the staff room, and I took off my jacket. I said to the president, the chairperson, let's leave our jackets here inside, then go to the street. I'll show you a man or shapling nyaupe. What is going to do to you? Then he didn't want. Now the other day I asked him, why didn't you come? He said, meneer, just as ek het gesien hier gaan ek nog geslaan word nou hier. You see, so you see the difficulty with this merger. That's why I'm saying when I'm gone, the person is going to be appointed. You must be able to speak Tswana, Setswana, if you go to JTG. Because JTG, there was no college. I established a campus there because if the people know the history of the Northern Cape, from Kuru was the only town which actually belonged to the Northern Cape. Stop. When those people from the villages wanted to be part of the Northern Cape, those were first part of the Northwest, and they said, we don't want to fall under these people, we want to be the Northern Cape, so I had to cater for them. In Pixley, there was no college. Then I saw a building which actually belonged, it's a state building, then I opened up a campus there. Now, Makulan campus actually belonged to the old Oak Keep copper mine. It took me 5 years, actual fact, to negotiate the campus to be transferred to the institution. The only campuses which were standing, it was Kathu, Upington, the only two. But the others, actually, I established myself, although I'm struggling. I even asked the minister now the other day, don't you want to take DR, because DR is nearer to Kimberley? We actually made a mistake when we compiled the document. Those who were in HRD Council in Kimberley, I asked the minister, because 5 campuses, 400 Ks. Imagine, you go to Namakwa, you know, a student from Northwest phoned me the other day, meneer, die mense in Namakwa, these people don't want to speak English. I said, they don't speak English, but for one person. Where are you from? Give me your surname. He gave me the surname. Then I said, it seems that you are from Taung Pudumo. He said, yeah, meneer. I said, go back to the Northwest. You're going to fail here. They will never speak, they can't speak English, these people. I said, you passed Kuruman. Those are the difficulties. Now the other day, the minister wrote me a letter. He said, meneer, there's racism in Namakwa. And I thought it was between the coloreds and the blacks. Because there was suddenly an inflow of Zulus and Xhosas from the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal entering Namakwa. I said, shit, is a trouble coming. Then when I went to the hostel, it was the Xhosas and the Zulus were fighting. But I can't tell my boss, it's your people fighting here. I thought it was between the coloreds. Because I clearly I took students from 4 years ago from JTD to do training at the training center there. And they said, meneer, vat jou mense hier so weg. You see the complications of running 5 campuses with the different cultures. You must understand, because I grew up, we spoke Setswana, we spoke Xhosa. I even, when I song Zola, I stayed in Soweto for 5 years. I still remember when I heard the song, when we took the train from Nansfield to Orlando Stadium. You see, so that's the difficulty of this measure. But I also want to thank UNISA and the other stakeholders who came in, and that the stakeholders are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, it's getting bigger and bigger. You still remember the last presentation I've done here was the 4th Industrial Revolution. At that stage, we have not yet started with the 4IR. We received 4 million rand from the ETDP SETA. We received money from, I think Mabu won't even know, the provincial manager, because I didn't even work through her. I worked right through to the CEO, because sometimes Mabu did money from WNR SETA to set up a learning management system as part of the 4IR. 4 months ago, I've signed an agreement with the ETDP SETA for the establishment of 4th Industrial Revolution Center in Upington. So we're still refurbishing the building and setting up, because I don't want, like the universities, let's say at 4IR, then they have the small things. League of us are good, but I want a robot that builds houses. I want the big robot where the student can to not, when I went to HRD County, UNISA had this, those Legos things, company, where the children are playing, they remote controlling the child. I don't want that. I actually looked for procurement for a robot, a man standing. Go to the internet, you'll see now, in 5 years' time, robots are going to build houses. I'm worried about my lecturers. When we're going to implement the learning management system, the student is going to sit there and listen to the lesson. Then what is the teacher going to do? That is 4IR. What is going? I mean, if you go to FNB now, will you see people standing in the rows like in the past? No. If you have a problem, they take you to the computer. There only one person is working for the counter. That's how we revolutionize the economy. But at the end of the day, the disadvantage now, our people are not. That's why with the 4th Industrial Revolution Center, our first develop our staff, then we go to the students. Everything, you go to the farms, is the same thing. Is the same thing. Because if you look at droning, one of the things that we also procured is a droning. I just have to find out, because one of the licenses to do droning you must have, because it's close to the airport. So it means that if you do the training, you must go a bit up from Upington. So by end of November, we might be inviting some of the stakeholders, like the municipalities which are here, because the minister will come and open any service provider who got a contract, he can come and rent the place to do it. Because this is not my building, this is not my equipment. I said to CET, I see my CET colleagues are here, community education. If you don't have buildings, you can use the institution, because we fall under one higher education, one ministry. Because this is not my place. I'm just working, I'm a servant. I just want to tell the DHET officials, as we are servants of the people. We have to serve the communities. I was very disappointed now the other day. The campus manager of Upington organized, they call this thing Lentedag. The DJ was organized here on the field, students are not there. Then I realized they received their NSC They were all drunk. Those are the complications that you're sitting with as a principal, but people don't understand what is happening within that institution. Students, sometimes I ask myself, if I do my calculation, how much money is government spending on bursaries? How many students are deregistering who are not coming to college? It's billions, but we complain, you see strikes. Well, for what are they striking? But they get the money. So that's why here the campus, not the funder. We are here, not NSFAS. If you break my building, you'll go to jail. Go to Cape Town. Go and complain to the CEO of NSFAS. I'm not the CEO of NSFAS. So those are the complications. If I submit my report at the end of the year, my annual performance plan, 100 students registered for that course, there's only 30. Those who falls away, whose problem is going to be? The 350s. Dan sien julle staan daar by checkers, daar sal wag die 350. But he got an opportunity to get the 350. Then they blame Ramaphosa. Yeah, the president. I asked one of the politicians, I said, there are different political parties. You want to take over the country, will you be able to build for those 10 people in Babalelo, each and every family member house? Nee meneer, sien is die wat die mense nie verstaan nie. Ek sê, maar julle maak aan promises vir huise. Sê vir die mense, ons het net gekry vir 100,000, ons begin iewers daar vir 10, daar 10, dat hulle weet. Because, you know, when they get money, we receive letters from government, we mustn't even procure catering. So I'm going to welcome you to this meeting, because I see my colleague here says, because I saw presentations, I said, "No, I was blij." Because I'm not impressed for them. Because when I saw the agenda, I said, "Nah, that's right. I'm going to open and go and do my work." Because there's a phase in, phase out of the curriculum now. You must also remember those who are here. The N1s, N2s, and N3s are phasing out. We're starting a new curriculum in the TVET colleges, which is accredited by the QCTO. So colleges are going through a whole transformation process, and it gives me headaches. You know, I had a nice presentation meeting with for the first time in history, for the past 20 years, with the David Krapper municipality, where they made a presentation. And I also made, it seems it was the same presentation. There's the start. Now, let me just, I just wanted to say, this on piece of paper. Ne? So, you must participate. Ne? Because you are here to participate. Don't be afraid. I said I wrote here to our distinguished guests, because you are being invited as a distinguished guest. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you as a principal to our college. It might not look like Solplaiki or Unisa. That's why I said rural. I feel extremely glad to welcome everyone to this much-awaited conference. It's the first for conference, but next year, please, shift it to Kimberley, man. Move for the logistics. I'm tired of this logistics. Ooh. Necessary. But are you tevreden hier zo? Geniet? Nee, wel als je geniet. Maar eerst jullie me vandaag die geld geven. Ik kan niet jullie mijn zaken daar niet. Now, before we kickstart the conference, I would like to institute towards all you all who sincerely contributed to this event. I know that all participants contributed to this event. And also my staff members who were supposed to be on holiday, who I said came in, I'll give you out of my pocket the money. Come and clean the toilets for these people. Because as my naam is, word weer Sego, dis Sego. Daarom hulle werk hulle op vakansie gewees het. So as julle sien daarso, kyk so the law of this college. There's no person that is being called a cleaner. There are 10 meetings here with staff. There's no cleaner here. So when you see my cleaners, don't treat them as a cleaner. In this college here, there's no cleaners here. We're staff members. So people who have been chosen for today's event have been chosen for a reason. So as you're sitting there, as I said, you must contribute. You've been chosen for a reason. You didn't get an invite, just an invite, to come and sit here and just keep quiet. Because I saw the that you spoke about GDP contribution to this economy, it's agriculture, it's mining, and there's a new, what they call the, in Namaqualand is going to kickstart there, the hydrogen, and what you call the Port Nolloth Harbour. There's a lot of developments in the province. The call is also because we signed an agreement already with CESOL for the training for those people who's going to work in Namaqualand. Those who are from Upington, I'm just sitting with a bit of, I'm going to change the whole curriculum of Upington because there are no industries. The only industry that it's farming. Because what we're going to introduce now, we're busy now with the revamping one of our buildings for the chef training. We've already been accredited for the chef level 5, but the restaurant is going to be accredited as a workplace. So if a student comes here, do his chef level 5, he's going to get a trade certificate. Not only a certificate of hairdressing, but you're going to do your different hair, your Caucasian, your Rasta, of wat hare. Alle hare gaan geleer word so. Because you get certain barbers, they cannot do this there, they cannot do this there. See, you know, South Africa is a very different country. You kry mos hare, anders hoop hulle basters, anders hoop hulle wat. So gaan jou hare doen nie so. So, ek sê ek is a first generation buster. Because my mother is a Xhosa and my father is a Muslim. You know, sometimes when I look at this up in the Lesellers busters, kom van die hotton tot af daar so in dit. I'm a pure buster. Ek is problem with this thing, yeah. So your passion for this goal, you all together and unite the energy in the realization of these goals. Because people, we are sitting here, unemployment rate is high. Our people are not skilled. We are here for a common goal. That's the biggest problem. So whether an individual level or group level, we all need each other of the fulfillment of our common goals, and it makes our certain resolution must be taken. So that when we meet, then we must ask ourselves, did we achieve these resolutions? Now, we have been forced as TVET colleges to be more, the department said to us, we are not going to fund you anymore if you're not going to offer programs which are relevant and market related. Now I want to challenge them, the universities, the BASA, whether they offer programs which are relevant and market driven. I want to go to Solplaiki, I want to go to UNISA. Say, give me a list of your programs which are relevant. Because we are forced. They said to me, Mr. Segu, take the reach of Upington. What is there? That's why I'm bringing hairdressing. I'm going to bring in upholstery. I'm going to bring in furniture making. All those programs which are more, where students can go out and open up his own business because there are no industries. Our main focus is engineering. Nambakwa, our main focus is engineering. TR, there's nothing going on there. That's why with our sponsorship with the Services SETA, we're actually setting up a construction trade test center in Prieska. So if you want a trade in construction, you will go to the Pixley region. And what we decided in our institution, we are not going to duplicate. When a campus offers something, Namako is not going to offer it. You'll have to come to Upington. Let's specialize. Not like UNISA and Solplaiki. They all teach B.Ed degrees. You know, I also want to challenge the universities. Today, ma'am, you must take this forward. I want to ask you, your teachers that you are teaching nowadays, why can't they do lesson plans? You know, I had to retrain the lecturers at the college to show them how to do a lesson plan. Can you believe the basic requirement? They can't even do lesson plans except what die mense gaan study. I ask myself, you know, one day, I've been out of teaching for almost 26 or 28 years. I gave them a lesson how to approach a child who's coming from a rural area. Because if the child don't understand the heading of the lesson, how will he understand the content? They can get based op gepas daar in Kuruman. I asked one of the students, tell me, when you came to Kuruman, did you understand a computer? He said, no, meneer. He just heard the lecturer saying, click, enter, space. He didn't understand what is it. Because the child in the urban area at least walks around with a cell phone. Right? So those are the questions you must take back, ma'am. And luckily, I'm not part of the presentations because I can't Tom Kuthaser at Marastain. So I actually strongly feel that acting collectively is a need of the hour and uniting ourselves for this common cause and can work wonders. Please, as I said, whether you're at municipality level, don't see yourself as a deployee. Please, you must contribute. I thank you, I thank you very much. I still remember when I still was a politician. I want to tell the municipality people that when I was active in the branch, we used to deploy people to the dams, the dam. But without concerning that, there must also be a qualification there. LG SETA, water, waste, and blah, blah, blah. Je gaan nie dam toe as jy nie 'n kwalifikasie het nie. So everything, the new programs that you're going to offer now, we have traffic cop qualification, we have even mense wat lyke was. That's a qualification for that. But I say thank you, ma'am, Chap. I say thank you to all. Julle moet lekker vir die dag. Geniet julle self. Ek enjoy die koue hier so because as dit warm raak in die plekke. Ek gaan nie meer koue, dankie.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you so much, Mr. Sego, and we appreciate the warm welcome we've received. We've heard it now from Mr. Sego. I'm sure you could all relate to the challenges we sit with in training and development. And that is what this forum is all about. Yes, we are facing a kind of, I heard somebody said the other day, we in the times, the end times, the times of the real struggle that's coming. I think that if we sit in a province like the Northern Cape with really, if we look at training and development and you look at the SETA, from the contributions they get from employment into their funds, we need to do magic. Right, and that is why it's important that each and every one of us sitting here just, we could laugh now and we could relate to what Mr. Sago said, but it's so true that we need to be relevant. Our qualifications that we produce, doesn't matter if you're private or public, you need to react to the market out there. And unfortunately, sometimes changing of curriculums takes some time. But nevertheless, we must be dynamic enough to make sure that we focus and deliver the service that can change what's happening on ground level. It's very true that what was mentioned is that there's 5 municipal districts in the Northern Cape, and we cannot only just focus on one district. Service delivery must be in all municipal districts. Once again, in his absence, we thank him for, he's left a few, I'm sure you've taken some notes and some ideas, and we can deliberate on that as we go ahead with our program after 2 days. For our next, I just want to, you will see that we've got a sign language interpreter, and thank you so much for her being there and for arrangement of that as well. So once again, share the link if you know of people living with disabilities that can also join us online or even come to the seminar. Our next speaker will reflect for us on the 5 years of the Northern Cape PCEP Forum. And if you just quickly give me a sec, I just need to get to his bio. 1 moment, please. Now, technology is not with us here, right? But our next speaker is Mr. Matthews Kukong. He is our acting Deputy Registrar currently at UNISA. He will be joining us online today. Due to operational requirements, he could not be with us. Mr. Kukong has been with UNISA for quite some time, and he's been in the institution in training and development from ground level to strategic management. So he's walked the walk and he knows the journey that goes with it. Mr. Kukong, thank you for making time for us. And if everything is fine, we can go over to Mr. Kukong. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Chairperson? Yeah, I think I'm audible enough. I can see the language sign interpreter interpreting while I'm talking. Good morning, colleagues. And I'm happy to be here to come and do this presentation on the reflection of what we have gone through in the first 5 years that we have been here. It's something that we should be proud of as we are here. I'm not sure why my presentation went down, but that is not a problem. I'll put it back again. If you see it, just show me by raising your finger.
It is visible, Mr. Kukong?
Not the middle one. Yeah.
It's visible.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can, sir.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Isogalaga Seigo, for welcoming us and welcoming me. It was my wish that I should be in the Northern Cape. It's one of the places that I've got fond of, and that I'm happy to be part of it. I'm going to. I'm sure everybody have seen me. I've seen some few people, especially those sitting at the front row, and I've seen some of them that I know from the past. They have been with us through this journey for the 5 years, and they have contributed towards where we are today. The chairperson says that I have risen from the ground and I know the way. I'm not sure about that statement, but there is only one way that I know, and that is the way to heaven. The others, I don't know them. Colleagues, allow me to switch off my camera for the sake of bandwidth in Northern Cape. Unfortunately, Mr. Isogalaga Seigo did not mention anything about technology and the bandwidth, but it's part of this symposium to deal with it and make sure that we talk about these things and everything. I'm going to reflect very briefly, give a brief background of where we come from, how did we came to exist, then immediately do a reflection and take the themes for the past years in short, so that you've got a comprehensive understanding of what it was discussed. Unfortunately, I did not include some of the achievements that we have achieved because I wanted to verify them and to have evidence rather than to say that we have achieved this when there is no evidence. And after that, I will look at the current theme for this seminar, and then from there, just speculate about the way forward and make a few suggestions on how we could go forward. University of South Africa, Midlands region, it serves Northern Cape, Free State, and Northwest provinces. You'll realize that the UNISA is divided into regions, and people say we've got 6 regions, but we've got 7 regions because we've got some of the regions also in Africa, and currently there is a move and negotiations and talk about going to Eritrea and go and see how we do things there. How this thing came about, we looked at the white paper, 2013 white paper on PSET. And one thing that interests us there is the integrated PSET sector. Then we said, what does this statement mean? And how can we be integrated a peace sector? Then in 2013 and 2018, then we joined hands together with the Orbit TVET College. Orbit TVET College is situated in Northwest in the Bojanala district. And we started working together with it. But on that one, we looked at the cooperation and we look also at articulation. Then after our 5 year, because when we do these collaborative activities, we take them for 5 years and say, these are the things that we want to do within 5 years. Then after 5 years, we said, yes, we have talked in detail, discuss and cause a discourse about the articulation. We are not going to take it further now. Then we decided, let us move on to another part of our region. Then we identify Northern Cape. Then in December 2018, we had our first meeting with the Chief Director in the Northern Cape Office of the Premier, and we toyed around about the idea. And we decided that we are talking about a peace set. The concept that we presented to the office of the Chief Director was that how can we mobilize the peace sectors within the Northern Cape in order to assist the Northern Cape government. And that is why we approached the Chief Director, because the Chief Director is responsible for the operational issues in the province. Then on the 23rd of January 2019, we met with several stakeholders and said, this time we are not going to do it alone, and this time we are not going to do it with one stakeholder, but we want several stakeholders there. And our negotiations started before even SPU, that is Solplaki University, was in existence. Then it came into existence. Then we brought them along, and we also included CITAS, and we also included the TVET colleges. And I must say that at some stage, the stakeholders were hesitant to join us. Maybe because when they look at the UNISA, then they think that we are too big and they are too small. And we had to deal with that notion of a big brother and a small brother, and said we are all peace sector, belong to peace sector. And there is no big brother and there is no small brother. Then after we have dealt with that, then we started now moving forward, which was a very good thing that we have done. Then we look at the peace sectors in the Northern Cape, them and work together, because all of them, they are accountable to Department of Higher Education, DHET, and all of them, they should work together in order to assist the government about the skills development. The contribution of the Northern Cape PSET in the Provincial Skills Development Forum. Then we said, this time we want to target the Skills Development Forum. And from the Skills Development Forum, we want to make a contribution and say that this is what we are bringing, but this contribution, first of all, we must make sure that it's relevant. Secondly, we must make sure that it's the needed one. Just like Mr. Sego has indicated that he wants to offer relevant curriculum. Because we have already dealt with the articulation with our previous collaborations, it was easy for us to come on this platform and pull together our colleagues in the peace sector and talk about this. And the Chief Director immediately added us to the Provincial Skills Development Forum. And that is why even today, we've got a representative in the Skills Development Forum. And that is the background, and that's how we came into existence. It was not easy when we started. We started with the TVETs. They were hesitant. We moved to the university. As a new university, they asked themselves whether it was relevant to get involved at this stage or not. But as we are talking today, they've got a buy-in. My concern is only one TVET that is not yet pulling the weight where we want it to be and to be part of us in the Northern Province. Then we pull others, and the latest to join us, the CITAS joined us in the Northern Cape, and the latest to join us is the college, nursing college, which were gladly joined us, and they started participating in this. So we are confident that as far as the objective of bringing all the peace sectors in the Northern Cape together, we have achieved it. Secondly, is that as start now to talk about relevant curriculum Yes, we have started a discussion about it or a discourse about it, and we have talked about it, and we are moving very fast towards achieving that. Then we also, as a University of South Africa, now started the hard work of organizing people. Why I have mentioned the first meeting here is because UNISA Midlands region planned a joint seminar with relevant stakeholders in the Northern Cape. We made it clear at our first meeting that this is not a UNISA event. It's an event for all the PSET in the Northern Cape. And we sold that idea until people could understand it very well. And everybody can see the role that he or she will be playing as far as this joint seminar is concerned. And the purpose of the joint seminar was to allow for comprehensive discussions and to enhance collaborative relationships. In the past, we used to see each other as competitors. But this time we said, let us talk about collaborators and establish a relationship and enhance this relationship to the level where now we see each other as complementing one another rather than as competitors. This we have achieved. We work together now with them. We support them. They support us in our activities and the activities that we do jointly. And there are committees where we sit jointly and discuss issues. This one we have achieved during this 5-year term, and I'm confident about that. The rationale behind all these things is the decrease of the high unemployment rate. Remember that in Northern Cape we don't have high unemployment. Yes, there is an unemployment rate, but as compared to other provinces, and this has been clearly indicated by Stats and the Premier in his speeches that he has delivered, that the unemployment rate is not alarming in the Northern Cape. Then we wanted to talk about it, how we can contribute towards bringing it down. We remember that when we started this in the Northern Cape, is during the time of fees must fall. And there was this move of the fees must fall in the educational institution. Then we ask ourselves, if we introduce a free education and we allow the fees to fall, and colleagues, this time we didn't allow the rent to fall. We only allowed the fees to fall. And we allow the fees to fall. What is going to happen? Who is going to? Because in essence, there is nothing for free. We need to get these things happening. I heard that Mr. Soga speaking about the LMS, Learner Management System. That is a very expensive system to develop. You need money to do it. And if you don't get it,
we must never forget our presenter is in a load-shedding rife province. He's in Gauteng. So let's just give a minute or so and see if we can get him back online. colleagues, you will note that it was mentioned that the PSET Forum represents quite a variety of higher education and training and development providers. It is very true that we work, if you look at a student's walk, they start from education of secondary education, and we need to prepare them for higher education. Therefore, throughout the sphere, especially in the Northern Cape, the combination of our forum members is we've got the Department of Education is a critical stakeholder. There's nobody in the forum that's got a real, a bigger stake than the other. We all have one objective, and that is, of course, training and development and the upliftment of the Northern Cape. Now, if we speak about the Northern Cape, we know that nowadays, if we train and develop somebody in our province, the chances for that person to relocate, or even with the new tendency of working online, we're not preparing that individual specifically for the Northern Cape. Therefore, we need to look holistically at the training and development sector. We therefore start with the schooling system, we liaise with them, they form part with us. Then if we look at the Northern Cape especially, your school leavers and the high rate of illiteracy in the Northern Cape, we took hands with the community education and training for sector, the CSET sector. They are also a valuable stakeholder. Thereafter, of course, an individual, if he walks the path, he goes into the TVET sector. Now, you have learned, or Mr. Sago mentioned that we've got the two clusters of the TVET sectors in the Northern Cape. We speak about the rural TVET sector, which is then located in Kimberley, and then we speak about the that's the urban, and then we get the rural. Then this is where we currently, Uppington, and then the five, they've got the 5 campuses in each municipal district of the Northern Cape. So then, yes, we go from the schooling system, we walk the walk with the individual, not ready, or the illiterate, the CET, go to the TVET. We prepare them as they go, we upskill them, they walk the walk from the TVET, coming to the University of, Inclusiveness, both UNISA and Solplaatje University. Yeah, we're the Titanic on the mountain, but we have our regional representative center, which is in Kimberley, and our sister university that is really, they are 10 years old this year, so they Solplaatje, and both of us deliver service for individuals. UNISA's got the upskilling for individual. We brought in the highest certificates, so an individual prepare if he doesn't have access into be it or higher educational level, he can still prepare with us, and thereafter he goes into the diplomas and degrees, and as we go along and we take their hands, we get them to postgraduate studies. So yes, the PSET Forum is not only there for the elite. There's nothing like that in the Northern Cape, okay? We are all the same, actually everywhere, but I think in the Northern Cape we get it, we're the best in that we acknowledge each and every one as an individual. Therefore, the PSET sector and the forum that we've established 5 years ago has been going on and making a difference. Thank you. Right, currently we having, ICT. I'm a paper-based. Yesterday somebody said, no printing. I say, sny daai bome af, ek het papier nodig. Okay, so technology is failing us. Not enough. that we can really say, that's your type of person, this is my type of person, nothing. If you and I would like to see this province to grow, to see South Africa growing and Africa at large, we need to take hands and work as the PSET Forum to make that difference. And the only way we can do it is by adding value in your small little area you're sitting. That is why we say we're a forum. It's open. We've got private service providers. That's also part of it. And we are looking, and we are each year, we're trying to make a difference and do something, enhance our service delivery to our clients and the clientele out there. All right. So we are back online, Mr. Kukong. Mr. Kukong, can you hear us? I trust Mr. Kukong, didn't decide he must now come to us. He can still do it online.
Can you hear me, Mrs. Lowe?
Yes, sir. There you're back. Thank you so much. You can proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. I will proceed and switch off my camera so that I save a few bandwidth, and we can proceed. Then, colleagues, we look at the issue of scarce skills in the Northern Cape. As we were going to the department, and they will ask for the list of the scarce skills so that we can be relevant. We also looked at the economic development zones that are found in the Northern Cape, and said, what is that we can talk about, we can discuss about as far as economic development are concerned in the Northern Cape. Those are some of the things that we went and looked at them and said, once we are able to do these things, then we should be able to go ahead. If you can still see my presentation, then you can still be able to go ahead and do our seminar, because we'll be having all these things as part of our Northern Cape. Then we also, I'm trying to get my screen back. I see the sign languages being, it's instead projected instead of my screen projected, but it's not a problem. I can go back to unload and share quickly. Good.
Mr. Kukong, we can see your presentation. We on the slide of the rationale.
Then we identify some of the sectors that are really, really necessary for Northern Cape. We look at the sector that it talks about. I must just get where my presentation is. Just, colleagues, just a moment. It's there. Yeah, it's there, but on my side, it is not there. I see 3 screens on my side. That is why I wanted to unshare it and share it again. Colleagues, can I request that the screen is divided into 3 sections from my side? If you can just get it as a one, so that's good. I'm not sure where I am. Can you see my presentation, colleagues?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We can see it.
Good.
Yes.
I'll be there now. I'll be there now. Thank you very much, colleagues. And then we also look at this mining and said, what is the kind of skills that are needed for the mining? And what are the skills that we need in order to contribute positively as far as the mining is concerned? We also look at other industries like farms, tourism, and all other sectors. But I want us to also come back to solar energy. I think by the time when we are doing this, the solar energy issue was not yet rife as it is with a rolling load shedding as it is now. Therefore, we did not have much time to look at it, which is something that we have to really look at it going forward to say what kind of the skills are needed and what contribution can we do as far as the solar energy is concerned. And once we are able to come up with these skills that are needed as far as the solar energy is concerned, then we will be able to move forward and say, how do we take this forward? My presentation from here is not doing what I want to do. Good, thank you very much. It looks like it went back from my side. That's good, the first and then thank you very much, colleagues. I think then these are some of the things that we looked at. Let me take you through the other 4 years that we have gone through. The first, in the first seminar, our guest speaker was Professor Lowe, and he talked about education and training, and also talk about the type of the graduates that we are producing. Are they relevant for our current situation or not? And you will recall that it's one of the presentations that when we are talking about them, then the real people really got excited about it, because it was something that really excites us to say that is the synergy between the other P sectors and the universities at the stage where now we can talk about skills development, and that we are meaningfully contributing to the skills development of the country, and in particular this time about in Northern Cape. Then we've got Professor Madiba, who talked to us about 4IR in the province, and also talked about student support within the P sector. During her time, that is when COVID hit us very hard, and we really struggled to get our activities going. But we started to look at the impact of COVID on what we are doing. And also, the main thing here was to say, did COVID fast track our movement to 4IR in such a way that we find ourselves not prepared for 4IR? That led to the following year, which Professor Marwala and 4IR expert came and addressed us and talk about the 4IR and how we should be doing, and the knowledge that is required, the skills that is required, the competencies that are required in order for us to function in the 4IR. And also here, colleagues, there was also the issue not only of the 4IR, but he also warned us that we are now moving to the 5th industrial revolution, which is roboting. And if you look at what is happening today, you will find that roboting in other countries, they are already in the 5th industrial revolution by introduction of the necessary bands for the 5th industrial to operate. So in this case, colleagues, what he was simply bringing to us, it was to say that as we talk about skills development, we must also think about the developments that are taking place currently. And what came to my mind at that time was, how do we make sure that the type of the students that we are introducing here, when they go to mining, for an example, and in Northern Cape, most of the mines is open cast mining, and when they go to mining, they fit in as relevant and not having to go for training the first day that they are employed. These are some of the things that we started to talk about it. But the other thing that I want to talk about is the satellite dish that are introduced in the Northern Cape. What is that we can do in order to piggy on them so that we can be able to use them to benefit Northern Cape? Things like broadband width, it will not be a problem because we've got a square array, a kilometer square array of all the dishes planted in the Northern Cape. Now the thing is, how do we help to use them for the benefit of the people living in Northern Cape? Those are some of the things that we looked at. And then we moved on, colleagues, to areas of development, refining and positioning the forum in the provincial skills development space. We need now to refine the contribution of this forum in the skills development in the province. If the province can see the benefit of this seminar and how it helps them to actualize the skills development, then the forum, it will be regarded as very relevant. Inclusion of other institutions in the sector. It is not all the institutions and the other stakeholders that are involved here. We still have to bring many institutions, formal and informal. The community colleges, which are playing a critical role as far as the relationship between the community and what is happening on the ground. We have to bring all those stakeholders so that we can be able to go forward. Enriching the purpose of the forum in the province. If we can enhance the purpose of the forum and make sure that it's a rich one and it contributes towards the development of the skills, then we can come up and say that the forum is doing a very good work as far as this is concerned. Strengthening collaborations within the industry and the civic society and the civil society. Colleagues, collaboration these days, it's key in all things that we do. We must collaborate as an institution within the PSET, work together so that we can achieve what we want to do. We must work together with the communities that we are having this project and make sure that we achieve what we do. We cannot develop skills without looking at what are the needs of the communities. There must be a close collaboration within these communities and what we are doing here. And that is why we say it must be enrolled and enshrined within the communities, this seminar, where the communities can be able to come and participate at that particular level. Then we must also establish collaboration with other stakeholders, especially the industry, so that we can make sure that we remain relevant at all times and we can be able to move forward being relevant. We must collaborate with the mining sector. We must collaborate with other sectors. We must collaborate with government. We must also collaborate with provincial government. And the most important collaboration, colleagues, is also with the municipalities. We know that the municipalities, which are government at the ground level, they are not doing well. What do we do as a peace sector in the province to assist those municipalities, whether it's in the accounting field, whether it's in the service delivery, whether it's in the civic engineering, whether it's what we can be able to do to assist this municipality to function optimally. And you'll realize that is why the institutions are now starting to get these collaborations in the form of memorandum of agreement with these municipalities so that they can be able to assist. From the previous seminar, there were several requests which were made to say that let us work together to develop the skills that will enable the municipality to function optimally in a particular space. This is how important collaborations are. It should not be only one institution that gets into this. We should get into them as a sector and be able to help them. But at the end of the day, what is the community engagement without scholarly outputs? If we don't produce research and knowledge out of these collaborations and this involvement, then this seminar will not be able to serve its purpose. And that is why one of my recommendations is that the seminar should now be upgraded to a conference, but a conference of its own kind, where it will cater people on the ground, and it will take also cater for people at the academic level, and it will also enable people to come and showcase their researches. There are many things that we can research about it. For an example, I was reading one report where they were saying that farm killings have gone down recently. And what is causing these farm killings? It's what Mr. Soga talked about it, which is the introduction of security, management of security on the farms using the drones. And then we realize that it becomes easy to secure your farm. Therefore, as the farmers move to the drones, then we must do our research, engage with them, do our research to better the way in which they can secure their farms. This is one of the areas that we can concentrate on. The same thing applies to tourism, mining, and other things. As we introduce robots, then we must also research a better way in which we as communities, we can benefit from these robots. Because if we don't benefit as communities, then we will not realize how important these robots are. And colleagues, when I talk about the robots here, I'm not referring to the ones that Mr. Soga referred to, which are the small robots that children used to play with. I refer to the real robots that can do the mining and can do all other activities in the Northern Cape. And when I talk to colleagues about energy supply and clean energy, at the moment there is enough energy generated using sun. But the challenge is the storage. We need students, we need scholars, we need people who will research ways of storing this energy in large quantities so that during the load shedding, we can use this energy. If someone can break that through, then it will be a good project and it will make an inroad as far as the energy crisis in South Africa is concerned. These are some of the things that they do. And why I pick up on Northern Cape, it is because there is a lot of sun in Northern Cape. I've never heard anybody say, no, you are standing in the sun, so I can't get enough sun in the Northern Cape. Everybody gets enough sun in the Northern Cape. How do we harness it? How do we use it? Especially during load shedding. The challenge at the moment is the storage, the units that can store this in large quantities so that we can use it for a longer time in Northern Cape. While in other countries, the challenge is how do we harness sun quickly while there is sunshine. In Northern Cape, sunshine is almost every day, not like in other countries. These are some of the things that we should look at. Colleagues, today's seminar is going to focus on driving sustainable economic development through 4IR, green economy, agriculture, tourism, collaborations between the Northern Cape, PSET sector, and the industry. This is what we want to see happening, and I hope that the speakers will lead us today. And at the end of this seminar, if some of the proposals are being accepted and we move to a conference, what is that we have done? How do we maintain the sustained economy in the Northern Cape? To ensure that the economy is sustained there. We don't create these jobs that today they are there, next month they are not there. We create jobs that are sustainable and that will be there for a long time. And they can only happen if there is a continuous research on how this thing is doing. Building a sustainable and a transformed agricultural sector for economic development. Colleagues, I'm looking at the time where, and this it sounds like it's a dream, but I foresee a time where South Africa will be importing agricultural products. Imagine South Africa importing maize, yellow maize for that matter. What has happened to us? Climate change challenges. Are we able to still produce the same under the same climate change? These are some of the things going forward that we shall wrestle with them, create a discourse and be able to come up with solutions as far as they are concerned. That river that runs through Uppington is not only for boats. There must be something that we use it for that will benefit us more than what is doing at the moment. And technology and the robots and everything should be able to use it. Leveraging Northern Cape's natural resources to accelerate the green economy for sustainable development. I've already talked about it, that Northern Cape got abundance of natural resources. It has the sun, which is the natural resources. It has the mineral, which is there. My main concern is that the production of these minerals and resources in the Northern Cape, they are not being finalized in the Northern Cape. The beneficiating part of it happens somewhere. And that is why people will talk about creating a good rail between Northern Cape and what. We don't need a good rail. We need factories to beneficiate it. And the other day I was in one of the raisins companies, and I was shocked to realize that even the raisins, we don't beneficiate from the raisins. We harvest them, we put them into box, and we send them somewhere else, and we don't beneficiate them. Let us come up with the ways that will be able to leverage this, and it should remain in the Northern Cape. Crafting the implementation of provincial tourism. Tourism is very important. Let those people who go out to countries like Botswana, Namibia to go and hunt, let this time come to Northern Cape and use those dollars, invite those people with their dollars, but this time we must bank them and not put them under the mattress, so that we can be able to benefit and bring more dollars, and our rand becomes very strong. And therefore there will be no need to pick up the rand. The role of community education colleges. Colleagues, this is a sector that is, according to my own observations, in the Northern Cape, it does not function to its optimal. And I think we can assist by bringing them in and see how we can, because the community colleges are the centers of community engagement. And community engagement, that's where our research comes from. And that's why we go and practice the things that we want to introduce. Enhancing quality education opportunities in the TVET sector. When people see TVET sector, should see them as creating opportunities and being able to go there and receive education from them. Advancing learning through artificial intelligence. Colleagues, AI is here, and it's here to stay with us. And we can't run away from it. And how can we advance learning through it? Mr. Sego was talking about the distances between the campuses, but you can bridge the distances using technology. And you can even advance the distances if the technology is available in rural areas, whereby students learn from their rural areas, don't have to travel in order to go and receive education. So this, it can be done. Exploiting the opportunities and managing the risks. Yes, they go with risks. One of the risks is what happened during this presentation. But how do we minimize them? How do we work towards it and make sure that it is minimized? Innovative student support strategies for academic success. We need to support our students. And that is why today we have to talk about smart campuses. no longer just campuses, but talk about smart campuses. And not only talk about smart campuses, talk about visual campuses, where students can visually do their practicals while the lecturer is sitting somewhere and they are somewhere in the community, but they can involve in scientific practicals, which are done in a physical laboratory. That is possible. It's already happening somewhere. It's already happening in South Africa. It's already happening in other countries. The most important thing, colleagues, again, it's a recognition of prior learning. Let us stop assuming that people are tabula rasas, blank pages that we print on with the hope that these blank pages, they are presented to us blank as they are. Let us tap from their knowledge, quantify it, give it credit, and give these people some credit so that they can be able to continue with their studies. Inclusive, equitable, educational, promoting lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is important. We cannot stop learning, because once we cease the learning, then we are becoming failures in what we are doing. So we cannot stop this, we must continue. And how we can do it is by making sure that the seminar that it will be developed into the conference, it will come with new ways of lifelong learning so that we can be able to learn from this one. Colleagues, I think going forward is going to be a very interesting thing. Yes, thank you, Northern Cape Rural TVET, for hosting us for 5 years. We have been nuisance to you, but you accommodated us. Now we have to look forward. My own interpretation of the whole situation is the Northern Cape, that is where we became more effective. And my proposal is that we give Northern Cape another 5 years thing, but we change it from a Northern Cape TVET rural, and we move to another PSET sector, whether we move to the College of Nursing, whether we move to Sol Plaatje University. That it will be something that at the end of this seminar, we'll have to decide and make a firm determination on how we want to move forward. And if Northern Cape says that, thank you very much, PSET, you have helped us, we are enough, we are okay now, then the next proposal will be to move to another province, Free State, look at it and say, what is that we can do together with the government of Free State, provincial government? But they must buy in. As I'm talking to you, colleagues, the Northern Cape fully bought into the idea that these peace sector institutions, they are with us here, and they must be able to contribute positively to Northern Cape. And we must be able to engage, approach them, ask them, and even demand some of the new skills from them. And once we do that, then they will be able to help us. Gone are the days where now universities, people are afraid to go to universities. And the Premier has demonstrated this. He has visited all the institutions and the PSET in the Northern Cape. He has delivered addresses us. He was able to bring us to the PSET forum. Therefore, this is the province that supports skill development and that supports education. My proposal is, let us give it a 5 years thing and see what we come up with, but in the different platform, a platform of a conference instead of a seminar. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ya leboga.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kukung. We as PSET Forum members and the attendees on this side as well, don't forget we've got attendees online. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate your input and taking us, just going back from where we started as a little baby, and we're almost going to grade R now. So yes, we're 5 years in our 5th year, but we had to look back and we had to show, because we're not, all of us, are not those babies. Some of you came on board, and it was important for us to show you where we come from and what we're talking about. So once again, thank you, Mr. Kukung. I think it's now appropriate for me to say that we had a few changes in our program. Initially, you've heard that and you will see on our program that the Office of the Premier in the Northern Cape is also part of the PSET Forum. And we have been privileged for the last 4 years. This year is the first time that the Premier is not with us. He's for training and development. He's really into development of the people of the Northern Cape. So his office is part of us and they support us, but unfortunately he is at this stage, you know, raising money. It sounds terrible, but he's out on an outbound journey because we need money to get this economy of the Northern Cape going. With that said, the MEC, MEC Abraham Vosloo, that had to do our keynote address today, unfortunately also had to go on an outbound mission. So, they cannot join us online. All right, they've got high interactions and important interactions, and therefore they cannot join us online. You will notice that we found on the program before you, there's an alternative, and unfortunately, it was the speaker, we gave him, not enough time, all right, because he would have loved to be with us, and we will get him for a next one, because he's a son of the Northern Cape, is one of us here. But so what are we going to do? We need to look now at what we've listened, and we've gone through what happened in the last 5 years. But for me, it is very important that we now bring it home. We bring it home to us sitting here. So we need to focus. And I've just looked at one of the presentations that we had last year. You've noticed through it, we speak about the green hydrogen in the Northern Cape. We speak about the Special Economic Zone, the SEZ. All these, everything is going around and everybody is talking about it, and they look at us to do something with that, okay? Yes, we do not have the money to make this happen, but they've got the ideas and the money, but we must get skills in. Therefore, I've put some information for us together, just to bring it home to us. And I would like to talk to us about, to you regarding supporting sustainable economic development through collaborations between the economic spheres and the PSET sector in the Northern Cape. Now that sounds terrible. It sounds like, wow, what now? Okay, but it's where do you fit in? Where do you, as a private provider, a community development worker, as an HRD practitioner sitting in the correctional services, or you have your own training institution, where does the CETAs, where do you fit in? This is where I say we bring it home, okay? Because we need to know where we fit in. And therefore, if we can proceed and just look at the next aspect. Our next slide, yes. Sorry, you guys. You will note, yes, I'm blonde, and it's really blonde. So technology is one of those things. But the South African economy, what does the South African economy say? South Africa has identified and package 5 strategic investment attractions initiatives. They've gone, they said, all right, we're clustering 5 initiatives where we can get some mileage on. All right. These initiatives have been elevated to strategic projects specifically to drive the levels of the foreign direct investments. You guys, we cannot just every time go and say, World Bank, we need money, okay? We need to do something on our own as well. We've got lots of natural resources. Yes, beneficiation has been a problem for years and decades, that's that, because the skills level is not there. But with beneficiation, you need a lot of money. We know that. So they've looked at how can we, as South Africa, improve on the foreign direct investments. And it's in line with the National Development Plan of 2030. We all work, especially with training and development, we work with the development goals. The 5 strategic investment initiatives are referred to as the big frontiers. I think they thought, you know, we've got the big 5, we've got the small 5, so let's look at the big frontiers, the 5 frontiers, which will require partnership between public and private sectors and mobilized investments. We cannot sit, I like this, you know, people go out and they say, look, I've got this idea. All right. You guys that's in the Northern Cape for quite some time, do you remember the Bok, the Boerbok project? It was just here outside Uppington, was the Boerbok project, okay? Then we had the Rooibos project, okay? Millions of rand, because we had an idea, we didn't have the skills, or we didn't want to get the people together with the right skills to drive it after we got the investment, okay? So the fact is that it's now important that public, private, and mobilized investments come together and we look at South Africa's big frontiers. The big frontier, as I mentioned, is in 5 various frontiers. The first one is the green hydrogen. South Africa is at the global forefront of the green energy. Believe it or not, Sasol is doing excellent work in green hydrogen, right? Yeah, we're screaming at them because they are not doing green things, but on the backside, they also have a flip going. They're doing excellent work with green hydrogen, right? Our second frontier is the next generation digital industry and infrastructure. Right, you guys, this is now the 4th industrial. We're already thinking on the 5th. Okay, let's face it, Northern Cape, are we on the 2nd one or are we on the 3rd one? We're not even on the 4th one yet, and we're talking about the next level. All right. The 3rd frontier is speaking about the special economic zones anchoring advanced manufacturing and logistical networks targeting export. Now let's bring this home. A special economic zone. You here in Uppington have heard that term for about 5-10 years, okay? You even had a nice office stating Special Economic Zone of Uppington. It was proclamated. Unfortunately, it did not realize. But a new special economic zone of the Northern Cape was proclamated. And that is now in the Namakwa area, Port Nolloth, the Boegoebaai Harbour that comes. It's a few years, all right, but it's there, and they're starting to work with that. So see, it's also in our province. Our 4th big frontier is industrial cannabis and other advanced agro-processing. Okay, now the cannabis is doing their trick. Okay, but yes, I'm not sure if we could grow rooibos, can we grow this? We will leave it for the agricultural people. Okay. Our fifth and our last big frontier is hyperscaling environmental, social governance, and impact investment linked to social and green economy objectives. Right. These are the South African big frontiers that looks at growing the foreign investment into the Northern Cape. Now, what is the Northern Cape's focus? What is our focus? Everybody screams, yeah, we're a big province. But once again, we come back to the human capital sitting in the Northern Cape and the financial support that is available. The Northern Cape's three largest economic sectors is defined by the gross value added in our economy, in South Africa's larger economy. All right. Our first one is mining and quarry. Of course, we know it. It's in the Postmansberg mining corridor, up that's Kathu and Postmansberg, that area. Then finance, real estate, business service, and in recent years, tie between it's the business. So this looks at your services industries, okay? And then our third one is wholesale, retail and motor trading, catering and accommodation, general government services. Government in the Northern Cape is a huge employer. If government says, no spending, all these little SMMEs really struggle because government is at this stage in the Northern Cape doing the biggest impact with social responsibility interventions. And some of us sit in a semi-governmental situation, right? So as mentioned, this is the three largest economical sectors. Now, in the Northern Cape, it has been considered and it was decided that the investments, which sectors in the Northern Cape are then considered as good investment opportunities if you look at the big frontiers. And first one, of course, one slide back, please. Thank you. Then, of course, is our mining and our quarry, and then the electricity, gas, and water. And a third one that is coming through, and it will definitely say in about 10 years, once the Boegoebaai Harbour has been established and there is more and more marine agriculture coming in and marine development, the third one will come out as the agriculture, forestry and fishing sector. That will definitely bring in a third one of the investment opportunities. Next slide. All right, considering the investment opportunities in the Northern Cape, it is evident that the focus of the Northern Cape must be, of course, economical growth. Okay, we cannot sit and wait for handouts. We cannot just sign away our natural resources. We need to beneficiate. We need to do something. We need to get that sun energy into a battery and then get it onto the grid so that Eskom can buy it from us, okay? Or we can get a private provider to serve the people of the Northern Cape, and then as we grow to the larger economy of the Northern Cape. So the focus on the Northern Cape of economic development is then, looking at our economic development in the Northern Cape is on the big frontier one, which is then green hydrogen, where South Africa is already on the forefront. Now, and I mean, for those of you that comes into Upington, you see the second sun normally, okay? You've got the real sun that God created. And then if you look to your left, there's a man-made sun, a big tower, a solar tower. It's far from here, it's really, but you can see it, okay? So you in the Northern Cape, or you sitting here, the Uppington area was the first solar farm started here, basically, okay? It's now all over in the Northern Cape, right? The R, I was thinking when the King, Mr. Sago, said that the R, there's not really something going. And I thought immediately, what about solar? What about SKA? What about all those initiatives round about the DR area? So there is, in every little town in this province, there is a niche market. We must just remember it. We must just go and ignite the little flame to get our people to embrace it again. Once the link to the Northern Cape's green hydrogen and industrial corridor strategy starts to roll out, things will change, right? We look now basically just at solar, and we think of, lots of, when they started with the solar, who started solar? Who came and basically put up these solar plants? Okay. Guys from Spain did it. They are still here because they can't go away, because nobody can do the instandhouding, the maintenance on those farms. Because what? We have not started training people with those skills. Okay. We're still thinking of training people to fix a cell phone. Some of the programs from the CETAS is still fixing cell phones. We're no longer there. A cell phone, every 2 years you upgrade. Take a new contract, get a new phone. Right, so we must get into that skills gap. The strategy has 3 pillars, and they entail converting local industry, mining, agriculture, and transport. Now, that is where we make a difference, né? Mobility and export, the focus. Of course, export at the end of the day. All right. We're now looking for investment. So we need their money, or we need the money we get in our sector to make a difference so that we can convert the local economy and industry. Then we go and we mobilize. All right, mobilize, beneficiate people, mobilize. Yes, we do something with the grapes. We make lovely wine, doing lovely whiskey and gin as well. Okay, but then export it. Don't just drink it here in a pap sack. All right. What is the next slide, please? What is the development collaborations? That is where we come in. Okay. Supporting sustainable economic development through collaborations is needed between the economic sphere and the PZ sector in the Northern Cape. We can no longer sit and wait for any tertiary education institution to think of what is needed in the industry. No, industry is dynamic. We better get our tackies on and be dynamic too. We need to help to see where's the gap through our collaboration and do make a difference. This sustainable collaboration translates to human capital development of our own people to ensure the Northern Cape PSEC sector produce products that are fit for purpose, employable individuals according to the skills identified. If I speak about fit for purpose, both speakers we had this morning up to now were speaking about the fact that we must be relevant. We must ensure that we are in the forefront. Okay, yes, we must be on ground level. We need to know what's going on in the industry. We need to know that the graduate that's walking out through the CET, if he did an ABET qualification, he must be able to go and translate that skills in his community to help us to get clientele into our sphere. We need to be able to build and to develop a program to look at skills needed. We need to develop the human capital of this province. And yes, with the current NSFAS and all the other bursary products or bursaries available, we are not only getting our own people. We're getting other provinces is coming. Students are coming to SPU. All right. Students are coming to the TVET. Students are coming to work in our towns. Individuals are coming. It changes the environment of service delivery, of our work ethics. Therefore, we must be agile enough to change with it and to identify the skills and go. Now, next slide, please. Research conducted by the Northern Cape, in the Northern Cape, it was facilitated by the Northern Cape Economic Development Agency, and it was done in 2023, so it was done in 2022, identified the following skill sets needed. Now, keep in mind that these skills were identified in line with the big 5 frontiers, okay? We're focusing on the one frontier, right, the green hydrogen, but remember, we actually also on the 3rd frontier, the special economic zone, okay? But now, they are kind of giving us some time to get ourselves ready, okay? And if you have not started already, okay, then you're a year behind already because they shared the information with us last year. Now, I'm going back to that information shared. Firstly, renewable energy. Of course, everybody screams that. Next, previous slide, please. Thank you. On the one side, we're talking renewable energy, and on the other side, we're talking beneficiation and general management. We will never, I love the idea of robots and things. I would, it would be awesome if I can just say robot coffee, Americano, hot milk. In the morning, if I can just start my day with that. But somebody still needs to, get that poor robot going. And for us in the Northern Cape, it's going to be a while still. So, we need to get out there. If we look at the renewable energy, work opportunities for all components. I want you to look at this. Unskilled laborers, 30%. Semi-skilled, 20%. Now, we know that an artisan, this is the assistant, right? Then we look at the 10% skilled professionals, a 20% skilled artisans, and then a 20% skilled management level. Right. This is renewable energy. This is where we are currently, with all the solar, the green hydrogen coming. Remember, green hydrogen is already in South Africa, okay? We are just looking at developing that whole idea, and they're starting with the implementation phase from next year, and it will, of course, go on. If we look at beneficiation and general management, work opportunities for all components, once again, we look at the unskilled, 30%, the 18% semi-skilled, the 30% semi-skilled in another field. So one you will see it's more admin and the other one is more specialized. 17% skilled and 5% skilled management level on, specific interventions. Do you see yourself as a service provider there? Well, I see myself. I see my industry, I see universities coming out very clearly. I see the CET coming up very, very clearly with the unskilled, with your construction training that you can bring in. I see, of course, the TVET coming in with the secretaries, the admin clerks, the artisans' assistants. Then, of course, the semi-skilled artisans. We spoke about the TVETs, the rural TVET in Kathu and Kathu and Springbok. They're doing engineering. Remember, they are the engineering campuses. So we see them there. Okay. Yes, here we see once again my industry, project management, risk management, short learning interventions. You remember that continuous learning aspect that we spoke about. Then, of course, here we come again with the accounting officers. All those are all fields of our industries come in. But then we see the private providers coming in. Chris, do you see yourself there with the semi-skilled, the administrators, and you see yourself with the machine operators? That is programs that comes through the CETAs. Now, we need to find our little niche market here, and you need to run with it. We can't say that, you know, there's no opportunities. There's ample opportunities for us to help our people in the Northern Cape to make a difference. Next slide, please. Now, development collaborations. What am I talking about, development collaborations? Okay. As stakeholders in the PZ sector, public and private, we need to take action. We need to prepare our people for opportunities that will be on their doorsteps. Right. We are, in a sense, kind of the privileged ones. We sit here today, we get the information, okay? But you cannot leave that information just for yourself. You need to take it to your community, in your area, because that is the people that you form part of. You embrace them, they believe in you, they see you as their lifeline. Right, forget about it. We don't have this ideas and of that there's a place for the politicians, right? But there's a bigger place for us, because we can really change lives with our interventions. Now, you might sit here and you must say, oh, how am I going to do it? It's very easy. We must work together. Guys, we only have one cake in this Northern Cape. Just one cake. Okay, daar's nie 'n koek in elke munisipale district van 'n kap, daar kry jy 'n chocolate cake, there's a carrot cake. No. We've got one budget in this Northern Cape, one provincial, okay? And unfortunately, we get skills development money also on just the specific money from industries that's paying over skills levies. So if we work together, collaborations needed between economic industries and training and development suppliers. As mentioned, the Northern Cape have one cake, one financial. We've got limited resources for training and development. Therefore, we need to break the compartmental working strategies, okay, of the PZ stakeholders. It's time that we really do that little, you know, let's have a cup of coffee. If you want to bring your papsak, jy bring hom. You know, we can bring more. But it's important that we go and sit and we must say, Mr. Karstens, what are you doing on the farm? What are you doing with your skills development? Okay, they do a lot, okay. I know they do a lot. But can can we help? Can we take hands? Okay? Because we really need to do interventions, and we need to take the people and we need to change their thinking, that they take responsibility for themselves if we give them an opportunity through a learnership. They must use it, because there is 10 people or 20 people standing in line for that same one, because we only have limited. So we need to work together. Evident from skill set identified, we all need to get a slice of the proverbial cake. If we work together, the skills needed is at all levels, the CET, the TVET, at the university levels, the CETAs, the training providers, and of course the experiential learnings, our industry sitting here. And you notice that from the skills identified, people, experiential learning is very important there, okay? Because if we train an electrician, okay, we can't just send him there and believe he's going to do something good. If he blows himself up in a client's house, all right, his poor family is going to sit with the consequences if he doesn't have it himself, if he is alive. So, next slide. What I would like for us to take away, we need to do development collaborations. We need to foster our relationships between each other. We are not just here today to sit and listen, quickly do all our emails and, because yes, that is what I hate about technology, the office goes where you go. But we need to talk, we need to interact, because collaborations is extremely important. If we do not take that student, that grade 12 learner's hand, and we prepare him now for his coming exam, and if he doesn't make it, we say it's okay, you can come to the CET, we will help you, we will upskill you, we will get you through it. And we see that, his maths and skills is not making it, but we say it's fine, come to the R campus, I will walk with you, I will upgrade you. And then he says, yes, but we see that there's bursaries from this solar guy or that. We say, okay, let's do a higher certificate with UNISA in science and technology. We're getting through the system. Okay, we're now 4 years with this student. And then we say, Sol Plaatjie, now it's your turn. You take his hand and you take him further. And then he say, and afterwards then when he's sitting and he's operating all those robots from his drone or whatever they do it, all right. Then he says, all right, UNISA, I'm back again for postgraduate. You understand where we all fit in. And that's what I wanted to bring back to you this morning, is that, yes, we're part of the sector, but we cannot just be a visitor of the sector. We cannot just be a hit and run. If you're part of the sector, you must make a difference, because you've got this wonderful opportunity, and that is to change lives. People are not buying a packet of chips from you and now to this afternoon when they eat it. There's not enough, your slap chips, and there's not enough vinegar on it, and then they say, ach nee, tomorrow I'll buy from that corner cafe, I'll go there. No. When a person comes to a higher education, an individual comes to our sphere of the PSET sector, they come. It took some really, they built courage up to come. It's not an easy thing, okay? Right. People are human beings. They don't always believe in themselves. But we must sit there and we must embrace them as they come, and we must say, hey, I might not have an opportunity for you. But you know what? Mr. Madiwana at the CSET, he's got CET, sorry. He's got an opportunity for you immediately. Or you know what? I know Mabu from W&R CETA, they're giving bursaries. You're not working now. Why don't you do a learnership? That is the way we will get this province ahead. That is the way how we will get our sector alive and develop the human capital of the Northern Cape, develop South Africa, Africa as a whole, and the world of work internationally. And that's what I wanted to say to you. So thank you so much. And I think we're ready for a tea break. All right. Thank you so much, people. We can go for a tea break.
Chair?
Yes.
Before you go for tea break, I will not be with you throughout the day.
My magtig, jy's nog daar.
I would like to bring the following 3 points home so
Yes,
that
sir.
we understand it very well.
Yes, sir.
When I talk about beneficiating, it's something that is due now.
Yes.
Northern Cape have got resources. Fortunately, there are natural resources that cannot be taken away. If it was possible, Europe would have long stolen the sun from Northern Cape and put it in Europe, and the battery will have been developed. But the challenge is upon us. How do we develop a battery that can contain it and store the energy that we harvest from this natural resource? It's urgent. It needs an agile thinker. It needs us to move very fast. And we will need people to market this battery. We'll need people to sell this battery. We'll need accountants to do our books when this battery is now in place. And we need to market it as a final product aggressively so that we close the market. That's the thing, the possible way forward that we can do. I've already spoken to our science department to look into it and commission some people to do it. What they need is an accelerator. Accelerator is like an incubator, but the accelerator is based in the community, and they need a college, a community college, in order to work with, so that this battery can be developed, refined, and be ready for the market. The second thing that I want to speak about to you is SKA. At the moment, it's used for nanotechnology, whatever you call it, but we have not yet think about it, how we can use it to increase our bandwidth, especially in the Northern Cape, where we need bandwidth to bridge the gap, whether it's government, whether it's an educational institution, whatever. We can bridge the gap and using technology. We're talking about learner management system. This needs a very good bandwidth. And if you don't have that bandwidth, it's something that we will not be able to do it. We talk about, we must now, UNISA has appointed one of the scientists who's working very close with the SKA project. And he is prepared to co-opt Northern Cape, an institution, and even prepared to use the UNISA office in Kimberley as his base of operation. It's a way that we can go forward and make sure that we don't just talk, but we also implement. Then the last point that I want to talk about is the fifth industrial technology. We need a fifth IR so that we can be able, we can be able to operate on robotics. It's all about fifth industrial technology. And if we don't move from fourth to fifth industrial technology, we will not be able to do this. And this needs a lot of innovations and innovation ecosystems, where we've got the ecosystems that will enable us to innovate. And I see the mining sector serving this role, but here I see the colleges or the faculties in the universities working together with the TVETs in order to ensure that the innovation ecosystems are now situated in the mining sector where these things are happening, by establishing virtual campuses in those mining sectors and be able to conduct this. And colleagues, why I prefer that we stay for another 5 years in the Northern Cape is because I see this potential, and I know that it will be well. I know that our business school have started something to develop the municipalities using the accelerator incubator project. They are selling it to municipalities. Once the buy-in is there, then we'll start to reap the benefit. It is not to say that this seminar has not yet started anything, but some of the things are in the pipeline. The only thing is how long is the pipe before we can see the light. Once we see the light, then we'll get encouraged. But the pipe will end at some stage and we'll see the light. We have to push hard in order to do it. It's high time that we cannot support countries outside South Africa using our minerals, because they take our minerals, beneficiate them, bring them back and sell them to us expensively at their price, at our rate. We must turn this and utilize the establishment of BRICS in order to utilize this, get funding, and change this scenario going forward. This is a positive spin-off of this seminar. Hence, I'm requesting that it's elevated to the conference level so that we can now deal with more outputs that are research-led. I've just taken my time for question and answers because people were not asking any questions or discussions. So I just took that time to utilize it to prick your mind, to say the most immediate thing is the storage of the energy. Otherwise, they're going to start developing the storage somewhere, and they will come and take these things, bring them to us as final products, expensive, not even affordable. If you want to know about a good example of this, look about COVID. Some of the remedy ingredients that are using in the COVID vaccine, they are from Africa, they are from South Africa, but it's sold to us at their own terms and rates. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kukong. Oh, we've got a hand. Do we have a roaming mic? Or we actually thought that we will do our questions and answers later today. If is it burning? Can we park it for this afternoon? Oh, Biostrath, you can quickly, it's fine. If we've got a roaming mic, just bring to Mr. Mpisi, please. Chris, before you carry on, colleagues, you've listened now to Mr. Kukong. He took us to the Big Frontier 2, which is not the focus of the province, but nevertheless, it's our focus. Remember, we do not have to be dictated. The Big Frontier 2 says next generation digital industries and infrastructure. And it's so true, with us delivering online services, with us trying to bridge that geographical gap, we cannot forget about Big Frontier 2. Mr. Mpisi, over to you.
Yeah, ma'am. It's my first attendance of this meeting, so thank you very much for inviting me. I hear the gentleman that just spoke mooting that we move from, what did he term it, that we move to conference on particular issues. Now, maybe he also emphasized, while you moved it into tiers, he emphasized, I think with a degree of urgency, that maybe the collective need to start moving. And one of my questions would have been, what have we achieved over the last 5 years that these sessions have been taking place in the Northern Cape? Because a lot of the conversations that were held, or the comments that were made, really spoke about what we still need to do. And on the one hand, we have huge unemployment, and we have massive raw materials that needs to be developed. So I'm also probably in my small mind trying to understand what is it that we actually wish to achieve. I can certainly understand why people like Percy just gave their input and went to go and work. And I can also understand why Mr. Carstens said he was given short notice, because he has operations.
No, it's not Mr. Carstens. He is with us.
Oh, okay. Who was supposed to? You said Mr. Vosloo.
No, nevertheless, yes.
No, then I heard incorrectly. But I can understand that these are working people, and they when I look at Carstens, they have farms that they run. I'm just worried that maybe we have the time to sit in seminars when in actual fact we should be working to put together, and the man emphasized something like a battery. If as a collective we can just focus on one thing, give ourselves 5 years to make it a reality, then I think, as a piece said, we would have achieved quite a bit. I'm just concerned that we spend so much time talking. That's the challenge of South Africa. And that after we're done, everybody here, and most is probably public servants, go back to their daily chores.
No, it's not public servants. Yes,
or semi-public servants. And go, whoever they are, go back to their mandates per se. They have deliverables that they have to conclude, which not necessarily are in line with what we are discussing here. So what in essence am I saying? I really want to concur with the gentleman that spoke earlier on, where he spoke about the battery story. I mean, can you imagine if and I would have hoped that your universities, that your technical schools, that your TVETs actually focus on that key gap that exists. Because certainly with the energy the sunlight that we do have, it can certainly it can make us extremely competitive, and we can export. Firstly, we can sort out our own with the expertise that we develop here. We can create jobs, but also too, we can export a lot of our knowledge instead of importing and having the Spaniards hanging around in our backyard and basically recolonizing us again. Also too, he spoke about SKA. Of what relevance is it to your kid at school in making a career choice? They don't get it. Our teachers don't get it. Does our TVETs get it? Then he also spoke about the learning management systems. He spoke about industrial tech. Now for me, if this meeting is going to be a collective of verbal gymnastics again, as many of our meetings are, I thought that we would be led in a province by the provincial development plan, and that everything that is done really feeds into that provincial development plan, which subsequently has economic development as its outcome. I find that as a country, we talk too much. We really talk too much, and we believe in the talks that we do. But when we look at the outcome of our conversations, and I mean, there's many similar organizations established with good intention, but it becomes verbal gymnastics. And at the end of it, it doesn't give our people more work. It doesn't make us more innovative. We're speaking of fifth generation, or fifth industrial technology. We haven't even developed the fourth. Our schools have not adapted. Our people out there don't know what you're talking about in these meetings because they don't see the big picture. I'll give you a typical example. I was probably very fortunate to visit Sweden. And Sweden has no resources really. They're just an island. But they have garnished the entire community, an educational community, towards technology. That's why you've got Saab, you've got Volvo, you've got Ericsson. So technologies, and when I was at the TVET school, when I was at the school, a technical school, your teachers are supported by the industry experts, by engineers working for Volvo and Saab. Right there, they work with the latest of vehicles. We're not there yet. We're still hemming and hawing. Now, this is probably very unpopular that I'm saying, but I think we waste a lot of time. I would like to see as an outcome of this meeting that we really take one thing, Give ourselves 5 years to realize that one thing. Let's take that battery idea, and we then pull in the expertise from UNISA. We pull in, our people are always visiting China and Germany. Why don't we pull in those expertise and say we want to position ourselves as the tech giant when it comes to solar? Can you imagine if we just have that as a focus? And we harness all of the energies that we have here towards that, and we say within 5 years it must be a reality. For me, that would be sensible. But I can promise you, if that is not an outcome, specific outcome of this meeting, then we're busy with verbal gymnastics again. Just as a comment, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mpisi. I think if you just, go beyond Mr. Kukong's presentation and you go back to what I tried to say to you, it's exactly what I wanted you to do. I want us to work together, sit and identify the skills gap where you make a difference, and do something. Don't talk, do something. So yes, that is what my request, what I wanted to translate to you. But it's true. We need to do, and yes, I can assure those that's not part of the forum that we don't talk a lot, because unfortunately we're not privileged, to have enough time to do that. But thank you so much. Any other questions? But we actually have on the program, you will see, we've got discussions a bit later in the program, because we've got a expert on green economy talking to us. We're going to look at the sustainable transformation and the economy and things currently happening. Right, can we break for tea, people? Okay. If can we please be back at 12 o'clock? Back at 12 o'clock. Ladies and gents, the bathrooms is just if you go out, you'll find the bathrooms to your right. Okay. Thank you so much. We're going for a break. We're back at 12 o'clock. in industry. And we are joined, our next presenter is the Chief Executive Officer of Karsten Group. We're waiting for the bio, but while we're waiting for the bio, yes. Mr. Petrus Abraham Karsten. Jo, jy's ook gebore toe daar nog baie name gegee is. Was born in 1975 in Uppington. He went to Kanon Island Primary School and matriculated at Uppington High School. Now, Kanon Island, if you don't know the Northern Cape and if you don't know where you are now, some of my colleagues they don't know the Northern Cape. So it's, jy vat hierdie pad hier so, hierdie lang pad hier uit Springbok toe en jy gaan so hobbeltjie, hobbeltjie, hobbeltjie en dan kry jy 'n afdraai wat sê alright. En dan vat jy hom. En dan gaan jy, then you go right, and it's close by the Ugrabis and waterfall. So it's about 70 k's. What? More? 80, huh? Is you this side? Okay, so I'm going further. I'm going to the Wine Academy, which is actually the Vine Academy, people. But if I can get, if I get myself, I almost say the Wine Academy, because ek is gemaakig laat staan. All right, so yes, Kanon Island is close by, 30 k's. So it's really very close by. And then he's finished his honours degree in agricultural science at the University of Stellenbosch in 1997 and went to work for the family business immediately after finishing his degree. Now, you will hear about the family business now. It's not a small business. He got married in 2003 and got 3 children, who is also in school at Uppington High. So yeah, at least they are here and not to go send away. Right, now Peter is the CEO of Karsten Farms. He took over from his father in October 2021. Together with his sister Bella, which is the Chief Operating Officer, they are heading up Karsten Farms and are the second generation leaders of the Karsten Farms. Karsten is a fully integrated farming entity which is roots in the Northern Cape but stretched out in the most of South Africa. Karsten's main crops are grapes, dates, citrus and pecanuts. Pieter, baie welkom.
Thank you very much for the invite. Unfortunately, I think we're live. If we were not live, I would have told you. The reality is I know only 3 words in English. It's yes, no, and the other 2 I'll tell you afterwards. So yeah, much really... The topic of discussion today is a topic very close to our business, our company's heart. And before we get there, I'll just give you a trip down memory lane. And yes, after I finished in 1997, I got my first paycheck, I think in the end of November, but I've been in the business for a long time, obviously. But I got back home and I actually got a small little office, but there was nothing in the office. Just a little table, and on the table there was just one piece of paper. That's the only thing that was there. So I walked into this cold office, and in the paper says the following: "Dad, I want to be a farmer." And this is actually a reply from an American farmer he sent to his son at college. And he said to him, "My son, you say you want to be a farmer, and there are many things you do not understand. Farming is a mode of life and not a job of getting cash on hand. If you can love the land and country living and not lose faith when dust is rolling high. If you can buy when other folks are selling and sell when other folks want to buy. If you can win and not waste in boasting and bragging of the things you've done. If you can keep your farm work up to season and still have time to have a little fun. If you can plan a program that will give you food for your stock in any kind of year. If you can break a colt but not his spirit, so that ye will obey through love and not through fear. If you can take advice from an old-timer and yet with modern methods keep abreast, if you can live a good life and share all your living, you can either win or lose and keep your head. If you can work in filth and not be filthy, if you can be a friend to all about you and leave an honored name when you are dead, if you can do all this and keep your manly charm, you have the makings of a farmer, and you're the man who's wanted on the farm. For those of you who know me, apologies, that's me. This note was left to me by my dad. I didn't expect that one, I must be honest with you. But yeah, let's move on. Took me down, a trip down memory lane, and I didn't think it would have such an effect on me. You know, the Northern Cape has got a lot of challenges. It's got also a lot of upside. And I'm proud to be in the Northern Cape, and we're proud to make a difference in our society and our province. But unfortunately, I just need to give you a bit of a reality check where we're standing in our country. I hear a lot of things today, but the reality is we have to go back to basics. To any country, Sweden has been referred to, the basics gets done correctly. And simple example, and I just saw Mr. Gordon Marsh here, we have a lot of discussions about this, is our primary education. As an employee, we still see too many kids arriving to our back door, front, wherever you want to see it, applying for a job with a matric, and the matric is not sufficient. He's got an expectation, but it's not to the level it should be. And that, for me, leads to a lot of things which we are facing on a day-to-day basis. And I don't want to be negative. I'm a farmer. So, you know, if a farmer becomes negative, he must sell the farm immediately, because the farmer's best year is always next year. And we are 26 years on, life's changed quite a bit, and unfortunately not always for the better. I can say my high school is in a much better place than what it was 30 years ago, but unfortunately we've got other issues now. And again, all of us face it every day. We see Eskom, we see our roads, we see our ports. It's a challenge. You know, we are in a global environment. We need to compete every day. This morning I had a discussion with a retailer in UK, asking me about the port, asking me about the vessels. He's worried about his pre-Christmas product. But all I can say to him is we're making plans. So we have to make alternative plans as private sector to load at the quay, which is not, which is more efficient. So those are the kind of things that is for us as growers, as farmers, make it tricky. Because yes, other countries have their own issues. They've got the same challenges we've got. They had also COVID. But the other day I saw a group of learners from Uppington. And the one thing I tried to get across to them is, number one, you talk about agriculture. Agriculture is not necessarily the guy who's just there in his fields or looking after his goats or whatever. Agriculture today has become a business, and an integrated business. So in our economy, it's actually a microeconomy. In farming today, there's room for engineers, farmers, traditional old farmers, but we need skill and we need to upskill, and that's where a lot of the opportunities lies. Unfortunately, referring to the above, if we're not competitive, we don't grow. And that's what we've seen the last couple of years after COVID had happened. Once you're not competitive, you stagnate. If you stagnate, you need to change and you don't create jobs. And even going forward, I had the privilege of traveling the world, I say the world, the grape world, South America, Peru, Chile, about 3 weeks ago. And again, I say they've got the same issues as we've got, but the reality is they're upscaling. They're upscaling their labor. Minimum wage is not the issue. It's not an issue today. It's the skill of our people. And we need to get to a level where it should not be a discussion anymore. We need to be able to do more, work more clever, not harder, but work more clever. If you touch a bunch of grape once, it must be done. You can't go back and do it 10 times over and over and over. And that's where we face a lot of times on social development and those kind of things. It is a challenge which we need to address, and that's why for us training is key. Training of our people, getting them to the next level. It is for us, and luckily we were brought up, personally, my mom and dad started a business realizing that, we as a family, we can only do so much. We need people. We need people on the farms, we need people in management, we need people in logistics, in marketing, whatever. But if we don't make them part of the business, then we won't succeed. We've been going for 55 years, and they asked me today, do I have a presentation? I said, no, I'm only a stupid farmer. But I can tell you, I was born in 70, whenever I can remember the last 40 years, I've seen so many times giving people opportunity, but they don't have necessarily the right building blocks, that they get to a certain level and they get to a plafond, ceiling, and once they get to that ceiling and you expect more of them, then they feel like they didn't achieve what they wanted to do. They feel like mislukking. Sorry, my English, I'm running out of English now. I need to switch over to yeah, and then sometimes we lose them and they go to some other job which is less pressure, less whatever. So these institutions, primary education, secondary education, is crucial for us, even in the farming environment, even on the farm, and we need it. So, I can tell you also what ChatGPT tells me, what I should have said. Although I'm a stupid farmer, my kids told me about ChatGPT. So, building a sustainable and transformed agricultural sector for economic development. I should have said to you, I must say, I'm joking about it, but it is quite applicable, is promote sustainable farming practices, crop diversification, water management, sustainable livestock farming, I can go into all of them in detail. Agroforestry, technology advances, access to markets, education and capacity building, policy and governance, climate adaptation and resilience, community engagement, monitoring and evaluation, and international cooperation. That's farming 101 today. That's what you need to do, whether you're a farmer or you're in the whatever space you're in. But if you don't have people, and they're not well trained, and you don't take them along, you're dead. And that's our biggest challenge. And I'm surprised every time we advertise a job, how little applications we get sometimes, and if we get the level of skill, the skill set a lot of our people's got. And every time I walk out there, I think to myself, we're talking about a country who's got an issue of labor, joblessness, but the jobs are there, but we're not always necessarily skilled up to that level. So for me, that is a frustration for me, but not only just for me, but also for our country. So guys and girls, that is my discussion. I want to say to you, the importance of our education to our kids cannot be underestimated, and wherever we can, as private sector and the public sector, we need to work together for the future of our kids. And I can see the frustration, and the gentleman spoke earlier. You know, you can see in our country, civil society is tired. Civil society wants action. Civil society wants us to go forward, and we need to do it, and we all need to do it together. But then we need to get out, and we need to really hold hands and look after the generations coming after us. Any questions, because we've got some time?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry again for being. I didn't think that I would cry reading that part, but I just.
I think jy het hom lanklaas gelees, nee?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, sometimes things like this take you back. This is yours.
Thank you very much.
Net ietsie klein om dankie te sê. Any questions? I think, you know, we have, Chris, jy mag. Ek sien jy smile. You are more than welcome, because Mr. Karsten is not going to be with us later. He can unfortunately not stay the whole day. You know, he's got some grapes to go and pack and stuff like that.
I wish.
Is it dadels? Wat doen jy nou? But yes, any questions? I think what is most important, and what we take home, and I believe, you know, I always have this thing, if somebody wants to do something or bring something to that I must do, I first say, get the basics right. So if you don't have the basics right, and that was said again, it's not, we must, it starts much earlier in life. Roaming mic, please, to this side, Mr.
I hate to be in the middle of attention, but maybe I should stand this side. I've heard a lot about the Karstens farms, and I normally pass them in my ventures through the province. Nice to see the person. Firstly, let me just comment and say it shows, I don't want to ask a question or make a comment. Firstly, I think men should cry a little more. It shows humanity. It shows that they care. And by the way, women like men more that cry, I've come to notice. So it shows emotion, but also too, if we listen very carefully, especially as officials in our various capacities, farmers have the least words, but do the most work. And maybe that for me has been the lesson. then maybe we need to work more and talk less, which was my comment earlier on. But then also maybe I should convert this into say, given that agriculture in this area is so profound, what is the relationship between yourself and our institutions such as your TVETs and schools? I'm not sure, I don't think there's an agricultural school in this area. And I think what you are saying is, listen, I run big farms around here and I need qualified people to be doing the job, and the level of learners that I'm getting are not up to scratch. And certainly as education, we should be listening to that and doing something about it, because it's about sustaining our economy. So maybe the question is, what is the link? Because I find very often in our meetings, we don't have mines there. We don't have the mining managers and those guys in our meetings so they can listen and form nice relationships between education and the private sector. So maybe my question will be, to get that quality of learner that you require, what is the relationship like with the TVETs and agricultural schools for that purpose, or the Department of Education in the district per se? Thank you.
Pleasure. Firstly, that's a good question, and maybe I should just clarify that better. We do have quite a lot of, and I don't have the numbers here, but it's significant amounts of learnerships and scholarships, which we not ourselves, we also get customers abroad, which are helping us to sponsor some of the scholarships. But from this specific institution, we've had some very good students. Yes, other universities also. So we work closely with them. My reference towards people applying is more a general, do all the scholarships, are they all successful? No. But that's a part of the game. And that is also, sometimes they just don't like the agriculture, don't like the environment, they're young, they want to do something else. All good. Or they get, a lot of times, historically, a lot of our people got into politics. Because in the late 90s, beginning of 2000s, politics became the thing. And, that's a story for another day. But, so we've got the schools. Do we have a good relationship with the department? Yes. In my other capacity here, I'm responsible for on the schoolbeheerliggaam at SGB in Uppington, and we've got a very good relationship. And given the constraints that the department has also put on them, we've got a very good relationship. And the thing is just, it is more than just a couple of people. It's a community. And our communities need to take more responsibility as a community. We can't just look in the eyes of some individuals in the department or wherever. And that is, I guess, for me, the biggest thing. You mentioned about my kids being here at school. I can't see it any other way. I've got so many fights with friends of mine who take their kids out of our schools, Uppington schools, Kimberley schools, and put them in the big city schools, these big mega schools. And the point is just, if I take my kids out of this environment and they're not exposed to our environment, how can they come back? Because I've uprooted them. So, for me personally, Northern Cape, born and bred, Northern Cape, I see the shortcomings. But it's a bigger issue than just a department or private sector. It's the collective we need, and that I don't always have the answers for. But we need to ask serious questions about our communities. And I'm talking about all communities, huh? So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's where we're at.
Thank you, Program Director. Mine is just a comment. based on the previous presentation on collaboration. I think, given the fact that there is a relationship and we don't know how structured that this farming, organization has, how structured that relationship is with all the entities in the province, because here our interest is basically not the Uppington region, but rather the province. And then maybe the PSED needs to look into how this institution and all the other institutions that are agricultural related are going to have this collaboration and drawn into the PSED forum, so that we can be able to see the impact of, the deliveries of this organization. Thank you.
Can I just make one point on that? In this area, and Gordon will know it, we were involved with nearly 14 schools at one specific time. Very structured. All the schools were involved in primary. I think we're down to 5. Because there comes a point, again, where some of the, sorry to say, some of the leaders are not interested. He's there for a job, does his job, goes back home, it's fine. Gets his salary, end of the day. For us, we're not going to force somebody to help them. If they don't want help, they don't want, it's fine. We help somebody that we will help, who's keen on being helped and wants to go forward. We don't want to waste our time. We don't want to waste his time. We don't want to waste our time. I'm just saying, there's also a line. Yes, we can. Information can be spread, but you need to be targeted and you need to be a specific goals, because you can't be everything to everybody. You need to get to a place where you deliver.
Thank you, Madam Program, through you, not creating a dialogue. I just want to indicate that the message that I'm trying to send across is actually that PSET Forum should take an opportunity to make sure that as much as we appreciate the institution or the organization, we must take this opportunity to embrace it so that it benefits the province as a whole. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. It's very true that we spoke about the various municipal districts and the whole Northern Cape as such. So definitely, yes, thank you. We will do it and we will collaborate. We've got a question first. Before Mr. Kurombi, just that gentleman there, thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Just a short one. I used to work for Karsten Boerdery at the Rappenskrap. I was a training officer there. So what I know is that in the past, we used to train ordinary laborers through AgriSeta, as well as, because I was with VPLO, we are responsible for training. Now I would like to check, in terms of collaboration, that is one, is there any collaboration that is still going on? And how advanced is the program, the training program, to date? Thank you.
On operational day-to-day discussions between our HR department and different learnerships, I can't tell you exactly. I'll be lying to you. It's not my job. It's above my job grade. But I know, obviously, on the programs, we try to outside of the social side, just on the training side, we try to make it very specific, to job related, and to tailor make it according to our different levels in the organization. But there's a lot of thought goes into it, But how the extent of the relationships, I can find out for you, but I don't have it from the top of my head.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate. One of the things that the PSET Forum is failing as an institution is to produce people that can go out into the industry and either employ themselves, create jobs. We tend to produce people that are looking for work. The question is, if you are requested to assist as an incubation, as an accelerator, whereby these students that are learning agriculture could come and spend some time to do experiential training, to learn physically what they have been theoretically learning at the institutions, and in order that when they go out there, they can stand on their own and run their own business, run their own farm. Will you be willing to consider that? Thank you.
No, for sure, and that's a very valid point. The reality is just, and I can say it because I'm privileged in that, is that farming per se today, given where farming globally is, to be a startup grower is very, 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 very tricky. And in fact, the facts are that farmers are getting less and less and less by the day, because financially they're not making it ends meet. I mean, you can pick up the paper tomorrow or the Gemsbok here and see how many farms are in liquidation or whatever. Sadly so, because that's another household under pressure. So that is just on the land ownership part. But let's park that. Outside of that, there's a lot of opportunities in agriculture, in supplies, in logistics, in marketing, in all of those things. And that's why I think we need to focus on, is creating that entrepreneurs who can make money, who can be their own employer. But yeah, that is just basic, and that's what we're trying to. We are trying to achieve, and it's a lot of young kids working in our industry. And he comes to me and says, "Look, I've got this opportunity. I'm going to do this or that, and it's fine. Go. If you can make a success, go for it." And it is important because that what you're now saying goes to much broader than just agriculture. We do not necessarily in our country have enough entrepreneurs who's really entrepreneurs, who really, really takes a risk and go out there, have the plan and execute it. We need to address that as a collective, and agriculture is not excluded from that.
Goedemiddag allemaal.
Praat alsjeblieft Afrikaans.
Ja, nee, dat ga ik definitief doen. Ik is Rowaida van Wyk. Ik is van de organisatie PRMG Women Appington. Ik is ook thans een student hier bij Appington College, Management N4. Ik wil horen, u het nou net genoemd dat jullie studenten vanaf die college vat om daar te gaan werken op uw plaats of aan uw bezigheid. Ik wil horen, hoe gaan u te werken wanneer u die zekere mensen select? Of sê u dat misschien voor die college ons nodig 10 studenten kan u voor ons gee? Gewoonlijk weet ik dat hulle gee en 6 studenten, maar wat nou van mij, wat ook in diezelfde veld is van bezigheid. En ik wil graag misschien u assistent wees voor die maand van november. Bijvoorbeeld tot die oestijd klaar is, misschien in januari of in december. Ja. Hoe ga ik nou te werken om aanzoek te doen en op wat platforms zit jullie gedurig dier op advertenties enzovoort?
Dat is een goede vraag. Ik ga ook met die enige kant in toe moet skop. Die feit is, weer eens, ons doen maar gewoonlijk 'n jaarplasing. So ons gedagte is om met scholarships te begin baie vroeg en dan die opleiding te doen, so mense doen aansoek by ons. Jy kan na die tyd, jy ken hom seker vir Sylvia, jy kan so met Sylvia praat, jy kan haar nommer daar kry en jy kan met my praat daaroor. En dan sal ek die proses vir jou verduidelik. Maar gewoonlik wat ons doen is, ons begin met 'n student eerste jaar en dan baie keer, veral in hierdie omgewing, kom doen en dan prakties as hy nie studeer nie, vakansietye, veral Desember vakansies. En dan so evalueer ons ook by die student en as ons hou van wat ons sien, dan sal ons om 10 nadat hy nou afgestudeer het, 'n permanente betrekking aanbied. Nog vrae? 4 minute, dan is byt 40 minute op. My Engels is lankal op, maar is daar niks vrae as jy dan gaan ek myself verskoon.
Ag, baie dankie.
Sterkte vir julle dag
Dankie.
en
Ons waardeer en baie dankie vir jou tyd. And just to come to my own, saving grace, I was explaining you the road to Perde eiland toe. Verkeerde eiland, hoor. baie dankie. Now, of course, if you are, like me, a Northern Caper, then you will know that Karstens have lovely, lovely dates. And as they have expanded their international market, okay, where they export to, you could have seen in there how their packaging changed, right? It was first like, regte Suid-Afrikaanse produk, all right? It started off, it was just a little brown box with the old kind of, glad wrap kind of, you know what I mean? It was just wrapped, okay? Then it started and it became more, little bit, you got a little sleeve over it. And nowadays, then the moment you could have seen when they entered the Eastern market, the Arabic industry, the countries on that side, it changed. They changed their name, all right? Their dates go under another total different name, and the writing and everything. So it is important once again, it comes to being agile and being dynamic in your industry. Doesn't matter in which industry you are, you need to adapt. And that is what was said here. We were brought back to the basics, and it was said that, we can try and do what we want, but the basics, our products we get from the schooling system, that is our slates we work with and make a difference. But we've also heard now from Karsten Boerderye, there is opportunities, and that's lovely. For us, as P said, and thank you so much for Mama Loy for making that, no, I'm giving the wrong name. Sorry, for education, for looking for us at that. Okay, I'm giving you sexy speakers today. Sorry, ladies, I must just say it. Men, you are looking good as well. But, I had Mr. Karstens, and now, ladies, I'm giving eye candy today. Sorry, I need to say this, man. We must acknowledge, always acknowledge. Our next presenter is Mr. Polycarp du Toit. Oh, Kaap, you see. Ek sê sommer krap want ek's van die Noord-Kaap. So dis ook maar goed ek het nie gesê Barber nie, né? Sorry, I should have. You know what? That's why I couldn't get the name to the face.
I'm glad you said that so that you can make me unsexy because I don't agree with a sexy.
Ach nee man, you must take something when I tell you. All right. I'm going to stand like this so you get it. You get in so that Polycarp can get settled for us. You will agree that we have today interesting speakers. Mr. du Toit is a qualified, established and passionate enterprise development specialist from the Northern Cape. He has 15 years proven enterprise supplier development experience working with national, provincial and local institutions, both public and private sector. Mr. Du Toit is the principal consultant at, how do you say it, RIA?
Recon.
Recon. He's the managing director. Thank you. He's the managing director at Quiver Green Group and founder of the Northern Cape Entrepreneurship Academy, where he drives its agenda of pioneering 21st century skills for future economies and frontiers through, help me?
STEMI subjects.
Ah, you see. Mr. Du Toit holds a BCom in SMME qualification, so he brings the entrepreneurial that we were talking about, and is a certified international labor organization and is part of the German Society for International Cooperation, which is a professional body for the sustainable and resilient enterprises, the SURE program. He has the fortune of being part of the 2023 group of 70 professionals, experts and climate advocates from 60 countries across the globe who form part of the US International Visitors Leadership Program under the theme, The Climate Crisis, Working Together for Future Generations. This is a bio and a half.
I asked if I could shorten it, and Angie said no, it's fine.
No, this is wonderful, and we are so privileged to have you with us.
Thanks so
We're
much,
looking
Mrs.
forward to hear what you bring to the table for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Lowe. Apologies, colleagues. We just want to pivot to the presentations with technology so that we can get that right. Thanks. Thank you, Mrs. Lowe, for the introduction. And I also want to use the opportunity to say thank you to the colleagues of the forum that invited me, Angie especially. I see it as an opportune time to do a presentation of the programs that we're working with. And I also want to say thank you to the rest of the colleagues in the audience for having me. Mrs. Lowe, I want to disagree with you on the sexy part, but you did a good job in saying my name wrong so that it can disqualify the sexy part. So thank you so much for that. So colleagues, thank you for having me. My bio has been introduced, so I'm not going to introduce myself. But Mrs. Lowe can be excused, my full name is a tongue twister, so most people do know me as Polly for short. So if you greet me, if you want to talk to me, just say Polly. I got a brief from Angie on what I was supposed to talk about, but sometimes they say when you come into an audience, you must read the room. And I asked her for permission if I can pivot my presentation a little bit to be more aligned from what is the theme and what we are talking about, but I will still speak to some of the core things she had asked me for to originally speak about. I've also taken a format of presentation. I can be extremely long-winded. So if I don't stick to a presentation, I will bore you guys, and I know I'm also at the difficult position of standing between you and lunch as well. So I promise, bear with me. I'll try to be short and succinct as possible. All right, so I thought I'll show this, and I hope it's visible for everybody to see, this picture as a picture to set the scene for the topic I want to talk about. And this is what you will see, and as my presentation goes along, I just want you to keep this picture in mind because this is where I will bring the whole talk around, back to. When I was deciding to, Mrs. Lowe, to pivot my presentation, I wasn't so sure if it's going to be allowed and if I'm still going to be relevant. But I was telling the gentleman here in front, I was so pleased that in your opening presentation, you had this slide in here. So that was a green light for me to say, Polly, you in the channel of inspiration. So I wanted to take my cue from this presentation over here. And I won't talk too much about it because Mrs. Lowe has already indicated it and what it's about. But these big frontiers in the context of the Northern Cape is very, 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 very important. And what's relevant for us in the Northern Cape, actually, that we are featuring in all 5 of these frontiers. But I thought in the context of what I saw, the conversations were going along and what the theme was, that I will zone in a little bit more to the big frontier 4. And also because I don't want to make the mistake, as some of the colleagues were saying, that this must just be a talk shop that's very theoretic and all that. And I think that's why Angie had also asked me to speak, is because what I'll be presenting on is an actual real project that we are doing, and it finds its expression in terms of relevance at schools. We're piloting 10 schools, and of late, since last year, we saw that it has relevance with TVET colleges and universities as well. So Big Frontier 4, which is the industrial cannabis and other advanced agro-processing sectors, is very broad on its own. But there's something very interesting in terms of when you talk about agri-tech, you know, the future of farming that we've been experimenting from, and it's in the context of vertical farming, right? But just to make a few opening comments based on my original brief of talking about natural resource management, I'd like to make an opening remark, some of these comments over here. The last few decades, it has been commonly recognized that the Earth's resources are finite. That's a reality. We don't have to debate it. Science is there. We also see it in our own country and also in our own province, right? And so the issue of sustainable development with our natural resources is of paramount importance. One specific resource, because we could talk a lot, we can talk about tons of different resources, but one specific one that's a burning issue for us that we feel here in the Northern Cape, especially in our Makwa region and so forth, is that only 11% of the land in South Africa is considered arable, right? And that's through issues of land degradation and so forth, of which 3% is truly fertile soil. A mere 1% has the right climate and soil conditions for rain-fed crops, and water availability for irrigation is thus vital in the sector, and the largest limiting factor in production. South Africa, which is very bad, South Africa is ranked the 30th driest country globally. So, you know, just that opening remarks is that we really, really, really have got a problem. Why this is a big challenge for us in the context of climate change, in the context of the green economy, is that we all know, again, the science is there, the research is there to confirm it. We've got climate change that's getting worse, and we're sitting with a problem that our population is growing at a very fast rate. So there is reports and stats that are saying by the year 2050, we will reach between 9 billion to 10 billion people. And with the previous remarks that I made, that we've got limited resources, that how in the context of agriculture are we going to feed the future? Right? And so, you know, innovation, technology, Industry 4IR becomes very relevant, and how, based on what Angela asked me in the brief, is how do you leverage these natural resources to come up with solutions through 4IR? What this requires from us is a paradigm shift, right? And so, you know, the issues of sustainable farming and water management becomes very important in the context of this. Climate-smart agriculture is critical, and the importance, I feel, the human dimension and the need to integrate technology tools with broad-ranging social, political, economic change is very important, right? What we have to come up also and address is, in the solutions that we come up with, is the issue of the community-based approach, right? Second also is the future-orientated management strategies. And very, very important is in everything that we do and all the solutions that we come up is the out-of-the-box thinking. And this is where I'm working now towards in my presentation, is where we want to present something that we think is out of the box from an education perspective that we are doing. Right, so I'm not going to waste too much time. I'm going to skip through a lot of the slides just to get to the core meaty part of what I want to present, is that 4IR and in the innovation in agriculture, what we call agri-tech is critical. And maybe the one comment on the slide that I want to mention is, of the many options that we have available, IoT, the Internet of Things within the ecosystem of 4IR is very, very important. It plays a very important role. When we talk about climate smart agriculture, what does it, in a broad sense, without going into too much detail, do for us? It increases productivity, it enhances resilience, it reduces emissions. And a very broad spectrum that covers a host of the problems that we are facing. Right? I'm going to skip through some of that. I'm going to skip through that. So I thought, to set the scene, the first picture that I showed you guys is to let us maybe talk about what is happening internationally, and is there something that we can benchmark to potentially work against, right? So I took with some research that we do and some information, the project that we are working with at schools, we took the Netherlands. And so there was a documentary that National Geographic done, and I'll encourage colleagues to Google it and read about it to confirm perhaps what I'm saying, because it does sometimes sound very far-fetched. They did a documentary that they titled, This Tiny Country Feeds the World, right? And the documentary goes around, just to summarize, is that cutting edge tech made this tiny country a major exporter of food. The Netherlands has used advances in vertical farming, seed technology, and robotics to become a global model, right? Somewhere in the documentary and some articles that you will research, they actually summarize it to say that the Netherlands produces twice as much food using half as many resources. And that's what we're trying to strive with in terms of how do we leverage 4IR, how do we leverage innovation to produce with the very little that we have and potentially will still have going into the future. And to quantify actually how phenomenal this has been and how great a job the Netherlands as a country has done is, to quantify it, is that I think it's 2018, 2019, around that time, they were the world's second largest export of agriculture products by value behind the United States. So to give you an idea of that one statement that I've highlighted, they say a picture paints 1,000 words, right? I see there's a delay in the presentation. Okay. So there's a graphic picture of how big the United States is on the map. And that blue dot that you see over there is the size of the Netherlands as a country. And so you ask yourself the question, how does a country that is a minute dot in blue become the second biggest exporter in value in the entire world? And the secret behind that was technology and innovation, right? And I thought, just to perhaps put scale so that it's something that we can relate to, I actually did another picture to say that if you take the size of the Netherlands, just excuse the delay in the presentation. If you take the size of the Netherlands and you take at scale the same map and put it in the Northern Cape, it's actually the size of two of our regions, which is the Francis Baard District Municipality and your JTG District Municipality. So think about it. Two district municipalities that we have in the Northern Cape is able, through technology, through 4IR, to feed almost half of the world in terms of value in agricultural produce. And so that is interesting because for me, as a province, we are known, maybe not in the country, to be a very big, prominent agricultural region, but it is one of our strategic economic sectors that we have, and that perhaps we can perform better in our region with embracing and leveraging innovation and the 4IR. So if you have some, if you would like sort of a visual, and the visuals are going to be relatable to the project that we are working with. If you take some visuals of the Netherlands, at night, at certain areas, you just see what we would maybe see as yellow lights, white lights from the skyline. It's common to find when you fly over the Netherlands that you just see blue spectrums, ultraviolet spectrums, and sort of yellowish lights. And what those lights are, it's glass vertical houses. That is one of the secret weapons, if I can put it in inverted commas, that allows the Netherlands to be able to achieve this innovative agriculture and to produce as much as they do using 4IR and innovations. So I thought just to give some visual context to it, so you can just see the sea of glass houses that they have within the Netherlands. So just apologies for these delays. And so maybe as this is happening, is the comment that we want to make is sometimes we see these things and we'll say, okay, right, Polly, that is fancy, that is the Netherlands, first world country, maybe it's not possible in the Northern Cape, and do we have the resources to do something like that? So that is just as a benchmark, so to put it into context, right? So what we've done is, there's just another nice visual to see how it looks like. So what we have done is, so I'll just tone down, double down a little bit, is in 2014, 2015, I was asked to go and speak to 10 schools about entrepreneurship. So through APSA and CEDA. And so when I did that, you could see how young learners are interested in the career of entrepreneurship. They was excited about it, they were enthused about it. And the difficulty I had a year afterwards was that the methodology in our delivery was that we did it as it was a talk, it was just, maybe I was told also at schools there's business management science, but I couldn't see the impact in it because you can't teach something like entrepreneurship as a textbook exercise. It needed to be something that I heard Mrs. Lowe mention about experience learning. It needs to be something tangible. I always make the bad example as an analogy to say that we need to treat entrepreneurship like we treat sports. It's something like sport has got a cricket field, a soccer field, where the learner goes and plays on. You're not going to take a soccer textbook and put it in the desk and tell the learner this is how you play soccer and expect him to be good. And so over the years, we then thought, and how are you going to do this, to teach entrepreneurship to young learners, whether at the scholar level or even at the tertiary level, without it just being a textbook exercise. And so the one thing that we came about talking to colleagues at CEDA, talking to colleagues at Department of Economic Development, was to perhaps find a way that you could simulate the idea of business. And in that way, you could maybe have much greater impact. So if you ask me again to make an example of where this works, is the fortunate thing that we have in our, if I can put it like this, non-white business communities, is that you don't have, if you take another a very successful business community, if you take the Jewish business community, the Indian business community, your farming community, is that the learner, if he's interested in entrepreneurship, he's actually got the opportunity that he leaves from school and he goes back into the shop. So he's tangibly able to feel money, he's tangibly able to engage customers and just have that full experience. And if we thought about how do we take that and maybe simulate it at the school level. So long story short is that we found that if there's something at school that we can take and use that as an example, as a business, leverage that, and then make a business case out of it. So the thing that we came across is your vegetable gardens, because it has all the business elements to it. You've got part of the school, colleagues know the school feeding scheme, and then that you've got two things to it. So that DBE has said that it's there, one, to supplement the feeding scheme, and the second thing is that the vegetable garden needs to be there to play as a living lab, so that the teacher can take a learner out of the classroom and say, maybe this is how soil works, this is how a leaf looks like, and so forth. So we thought that, I'm just skipping through this. So we thought that why learners might not be interested in this is because colleagues will know that if you move around schools, you see remnants of what was a vegetable garden. And when you speak to schools, you find out that a lot of the learners are not necessarily interested in it. There's maybe not leadership at school that actively continue this program whilst it's been developed. And so we thought that, I think one of the things is that maybe, agriculture is not necessarily sexy enough for young people. They associate it to be burning outside in the sun, getting their hands dirty and muddy and so forth. And we saw that as an opportunity. So what we did was we then did some research and we came across a strategic course that we have. And they had a concept of taking what you call, so colleagues will know, if you don't, maybe you can Google the concept of hydroponics, right, and aquaponics. Taking that and condensing it into an educational toolkit where you can actually teach learners a host of things, right? So if I can maybe just backtrack here quickly to this slide, you'll see that DBE in the National School Nutrition Program, they were able to link 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 subjects in the curriculum to the vegetable gardens. That's why they could write it in their policy to be to act also as a living lab. And what we found was with this educational toolkit as well, you could also have about a host of different subjects related to this. So, your biology, chemistry, maths, physics, economics, dietary issues, and environmental science, right? What was also interesting in this educational toolkit is that when we came about the concept, it was at the time that Department of Basic Education was also launching 16 different curriculum subjects. And amongst those which was relevant to us in this type of idea of how do we simulate business at schools was that hydroponics and aquaponics is a new curriculum subject. Coding and robotics is a new curriculum subject. Entrepreneurship is a new curriculum subject. So much so that the President in his State of the Nation address in 2019 or 2020 actually encouraged that entrepreneurship needs to find expression in all schools, primary schools and high schools, and hence it being a new curriculum subject for DBE. So we were able to tick off all those boxes with existing curriculum subjects, taking this educational toolkit. So I'll get to that part now. So what we also found in terms of alignment was that if you look at the current National Skills Development Plan from an agricultural context, you've got almost over 21 up to 30, some that I didn't mention here, subjects that's aligned to where the critical skills for future farming is prioritized within our country. And when we did our research and sort of did a deep dive in it, we found that this program of ours in terms of the hydroponics educational toolkit, actually we are able to encourage learners at a high school level to pursue these type of different career options in the agricultural context. So that's a lot of words that I said, but what is the educational toolkit? So this is a visual of what we call a grow chamber unit, the delay of this. So it's the size about this wide and about this high, right? And what we are able to do with this educational toolkit is that we are able to teach exactly all the principles that you find happening in those vertical gardens that you guys saw in the picture that I showed that they use in the Netherlands. Remember if I said if you must just keep in mind the ultraviolet light? In this chamber, that's what we use. So the concept that we are leveraging here is what you call biomimicry. I don't know if colleagues have heard about it, but it's as the word says. Biomimicry is how do you take what is happening in nature and mimic it in a closed environment, or specifically for inspiration to come up with new innovations, right? So what we have with the grow chamber is a few functions, and I'm going to quickly skip through these. There you can just see some, I'll explain now the details of the unit. There you can see some Swiss chard growing in there. And what we found is a unique opportunity that some things that you can't teach in the vegetable garden by showing learners the root structure and the biology of that we can do in these chambers as well. There's just another pic showing some lettuce and bok choy and Swiss chard that we are growing in these chambers. So initially we found when we introduced the project and when we spoke about it, people thought that it's very far-fetched, that how are you able to take innovation, how are you able to take such a massive warehouse, big glass house structure and condense it into an educational toolkit and teach exactly the same principles that you have happening in commercial industry in an educational setup. And I must be honest, when I read about it and I researched and I came across the toolkit, the grow chambers itself, I also thought it's very far-fetched up until we played around with it and we actually saw these type of results that we are yielding. And mind you, all the learners that we are engaging with this project at the 10 pilot schools that we're working with, there's only one agriculture school, which is the agriculture school in Jan Kempdorp, Northern Cape Agricultural School. They're the only ones that really got some sense as how agriculture works. The rest is schools that are technical schools, science schools. There's a school in Delporshoop that we're working. There's 2 township schools, and yet they are able to get results like this, meaning and confirming that it works. So where is the 4IR part? Where is the innovation part about this educational toolkit that I am talking about? So there's 3 components to the chamber. The first part is just the structure and the framework of it. And number 2, there is the actual hydroponics part of it, where the actual growing of that crop happens. But the smart part, the innovation part that's taking place is in what we call the brain. So what I'm showing you there in that slide is the top part of the grow chamber itself. So it is made up of a few things. Number 1, it's made up of, there's a camera there, there's lights that are happening, and if you can remember me saying, using the word biomimicry, is that we're taking closed environment because of, for the various reasons that we wanted, and I'm not going to go into the science of hydroponics, but we have to mimic daylight and the sun outside there, because we all know that the plant crop won't grow without any light, right? So we've got a light in there. So if we know that in real traditional farming and in nature what happens is you've got that the sun runs a certain cycle, whether it's a 6-hour light cycle, whether it's an 8-hour light cycle, whether it's 16 hours, and then the plant grows. What we are doing in this chamber is mimicking that by we're having a timer in there that has got a code that is written to it, right? And that code that's written in the lighting, in the light part, is it tells the light to switch on at a certain time. So if, for example, we're growing lettuce in the chamber, right, the learner is able to say, okay, right, we know that for growing lettuce you need a light cycle of 8 hours. They then program it to be an 8-hour. Let's say for some reason that we see it's not necessarily successful, they are able to write a code and change that light cycle on the timer to be maybe 16 hours, right? So we're mimicking the sun over there. Then there is 3 sensors in the unit. So the one is a humidity sensor, the second one is a carbon dioxide sensor, and the third one is a temperature sensor. So these sensors are all important because, remember, we are mimicking nature outside. We want to know that this specific growing condition has got the right temperature, it's got the right humidity level, it's got the right carbon dioxide level again. So we're teaching kids that in this unit, in a closed environment, future farming, leveraging and seeing on the basis of what the Netherlands is doing, you can actually control that type of conditions in there. So we've got, if I can just maybe go to it. So because we're talking future farming, the learners have got the ability now through an app or through the laptop to actually access this particular unit without physically being there. So currently we are now in Uppington. I am going through this if it's going to show, sorry for the delay. So it's not showing the screen that I wanted to show. Basically, what was going to happen on the screen is, if you can just, colleagues can just give me an opportunity quickly. I've just changed the screen quickly, so something I need to show. So whilst it's doing its thing, okay, there we go. So what the learners have is they've got, so this is just a list of 20 different units at different schools. So currently we are in Uppington, and I've got the ability to log into the user interface that we have here and actually look at what's happening in a unit that is sitting in Kimberley in Jemdine, right? So if the screen will allow, so this is the user interface, and this is what we're talking 4IR and how do you do future farming. So this is a picture of one of the units. And remember I mentioned that there's sensors in the unit. There's humidity sensor, there is a carbon dioxide sensor and so forth. So the learner is able to, through the camera, see the actual plant growing, number one. Number two, they can actually now read what the humidity level is in there. So you can see the latest reading is at today, so it logs every hour, and you are able to track what the certain humidity level is there. The same goes with your temperature, or this is carbon dioxide, and the same goes with your temperature. So, for example, if the temperature, for example, is too high in the unit, there is a fan on that particular unit. There is a code that was written for it, and the learners are learning these codes. That then says, because there's a computer on the brain. So the sensor then picks up that perhaps for the ideal growing conditions of lettuce, it's too hot in this particular unit. That sensor picks up that reading, it communicates it to the Raspberry Pi computer, and then that Raspberry Pi sends a message to the fan to tell the fan go on. And then the fan goes on and it creates a cooler environment in there. The same thing happens in the hydroponic system itself. So there's nutrients that, because hydroponics is growing without soil, right? So there's certain nutrients that you need in the water, right? So at a certain level or week of growth for the plant, it requires a particular parts per million nutrient mix. So let's say in the first week that it is 500 parts per million. In the next week it might need 600, 700 parts per million. We've not included in this unit yet, maybe next year, is that there is technology that we can now write a code and put an aggregator there that allows the aggregator to mix the various nutrients into the water at the right parts per million, because there's a probe in the water that says, listen, I am too low, I am too high, and then through 4IR, through technology, through coding, through robotics, it mixes the water. I'm mentioning all of these things to give colleagues a real tangible example of what we are piloting with 10 schools, and that is actually working as real-life examples. So let me just get back to my slides quickly, colleagues. I apologize for the back and forth. So in a nutshell, with much more detail that I could have gone into, this is what we've got at schools. Right, so maybe just some pics to show colleagues of how we've been using this innovation to teach learners about future farming. That was our soft launch at Boisei. Here are some of the other 10 schools that we are working with. Apologies for the delay, so okay, I'll just skip through some of those slides. And we have actually found it to be very successful. So there's two components to the project that we're working. There's this part where we are taking these grow chambers with the 10 pilot schools, and we're showing them future farming as an introduction, right? What we've got as a second part to the project is a project called Growing Beyond Earth. So if colleagues, so the history of the Netherlands of where they're coming on with this project is that it was actually vertical farming using grow lights and so forth was actually something that was inspired by NASA. So NASA's got this problem that, you know, that they are trying to solve at how we can make Mars and other planets more habitable. But the second, I mean, the main priority is that they send astronauts to space for typically 6 months, 12 months, others have been there for 24 months. And one big problem they're facing there is that they don't have nutritional food that these astronauts are eating. And so they've come up with a concept of taking a growth chamber, similar principles, and actually growing nutritional food in space. So what they had done as NASA is they've seen an opportunity through STEM to introduce this at schools. Long story short, not to take more time, is that we were then able to facilitate 2 of our schools as a pilot to find out if this works, if there's value and impact for learners at our schools. So last year we had the opportunity to introduce Kimberley Boys High and Technical High into the Growing Beyond Earth competition. And mind you, just remember that it's our first year participating in it, and we thought that, this is just an opportunity to trial and we'll see how things work out. But also what inspired that is, based on that climate change is a problem that's going to hit everybody, whether you are a first world country, whether you're a developed country, whether you are in Africa, or whether you are in the US, it is a problem for all of us, number one. Number two is that if we are going to participate competitively in these 5 frontiers, we need to get our people to that level of thinking that we are able to compete at an international level. I think sometimes we suffer in innovation, we suffer in progress because we've got an inferior complex. We don't think we are good enough, and so part of our agenda of our program is to break that stigma. So I've been fortunate to be exposed on a few platforms, and I see that as South Africans, we can actually compete on an international level. So we thought, let's trial this. We'll include the 2 schools into this competition, and let's see what happens. The learners it was jaw-dropping to see the skill set that we have of learners from Kimberley. I'm not even talking about South Africa or wherever else. That they were able to compete at such a level and actually do extremely well, right? And what happened was there was 372 schools that participated across 6 continents, and the 2 schools, Kimberley Boys High ended, I'm talking now international schools, competing international schools, ended up ranked number 11. And this is in their first years of attempt. Technical High got ranked at 39. And part of the secret and the ability for them to compete this well, even though take away their natural skills and their ability, is that the introduction of the first part of our program, of the hydroponic program, using the hydroponic grow chambers, allowed them to have the basic knowledge to take the NASA spec grow chambers, which is a different chamber, similar principles, and actually from that experience actually do very well. So I thought maybe also just to give colleagues for appreciation of how well these learners did, a visual of, if you can see on that dot there, we were last year when we entered the program, the first school not in Northern Cape, not in South Africa, the first in the whole of the African continent to participate in it. There's six continents that participates in this project, and if you see the cluster of majority of the schools, the US schools. So I found it very profound and very inspiring that our learners could end top 11 and top 39, top 29 in this project. And mind you, it's the first time. And what we did with this is also we had minimal resources, minimal time. In fact, our units came late. So those schools had 2-3 weeks advantage of already participating, and we had limited active for the competition phase participation and sort of preparing these learners. And so with that conditions, they were still able to compete and do very well. I'm making this point to say that we might, as adults and the older generation, might think the picture that I show you of the Netherlands, with the innovation they have and what they are able to achieve, might be too far-fetched. Maybe we're not technologically advanced, but we were able to prove with the limited resources we have, with talented, dedicated kids, that we can actually compete on a global scale. All right, so I'm going to skip through this because I know I took some time. Our project also program covers and addresses the issue of climate change. And so I want to sponsor something, if I may, in my closing remarks to what I think this forum can utilize. So number one, I know that the colleague that made the opening remarks, said that there is the battery idea, and to take that and maybe run with that as a pilot. We would like to sponsor this program and speak to stakeholders in the spirit of Mrs. Lowe, that you said that you have as a forum this development collaboration approach. To take this project, it has got a lot of lessons, it's got a lot of ideas based on what you guys are trying to achieve, that we could maybe work with you on it as well. But this last slide that I want to show in the context of the big frontiers. Mrs. Lowe spoke to you guys about the second one, that is the SEZ. If you ask me in my professional capacity, what should be the route and our approach? The slide is also just taking long, apologies again. What should be the route to getting our learners and youth to participate at the level of the SEZ, to be included in that? And I appreciated the fact that I heard the gentleman also mention that, you know, as a forum you believe in this idea of business accelerators. As the slide I want to come, it's gonna. So when it does come, so we know that there's SEZs. So if colleagues understand the SEZ Act, the SEZ Act says that in the SEZ you have to have a component that speaks to small business SMME development, right? And so what you have had, some of your established SEZs, what they've done is they've included business incubators within the SEZ. So we said there's an opportunity that to leverage already what an SEZ does is, and what we have also just FYI, SEZs are inspired by your IDZs, industrial development zones, right? So that's the bigger part of what you want, if you want to say, because as a province we have positioned ourselves to industrialize the Northern Cape because of beneficiation opportunities, because of our natural resources and so forth. So to achieve that industrialization, there's the SEZ, there's your business incubators, there's your business accelerators. What we are saying is what needs to be leveraged and what more attention that needs to be done is what you have in that poster behind there, which is what SPU has, which is your incubators at a tertiary level. I know also TVET colleges also got what they call the rapid incubators, right? And I think the R has got one, but it's not necessarily functional, right? What we are saying is now to bridge that gap, to close that gap. Think of the example I made earlier to say that if we are talking about the very bad example of sport, you don't see a superstar being scouted and identified at 30 or 40. Ronaldo, there's a few of them that gets identified at the very late age, but they all actually are coming through a development pipeline. And where does that development pipeline start? It actually starts at a school level. So our idea is to complete this pipeline towards industrialization, to leverage our resources. It's the SEZ, it's the Business Incubator Accelerator, it's the TVET colleges and the universities incubators, but we need to create the same environment at a school level, right? And so there's a concept that we have with regards to having this type of fab labs, which is not necessarily new, but the concept of how you have to do it, the maker spaces that have to be at schools. What our province now already has is, and I apologize for the photos here that's not showing, is what we call cyber labs, right? But we need this where the 3D printers is, where the robots, yes, not the small ones that Mr. Sego mentioned, but there is those machines and those technologies that should be finding expression at the school. And so the basis of that will allow us, because we're now at the stage where we're saying, okay, right, there is this growth chambers, we can do all of this, but we want to now teach kids how do you build those, so that by the time that they reach university, where they become engineers, when they get into TVET colleges and so forth, they've got the basic skills already of how do you do industrialization, how do you actively already through 3D printers already start printing. I mean, it was fascinating that in our tech team that we've got somebody that could solve a code problem with regards to the camera, the work that the camera must do in that growth chamber, that the guys in the US couldn't do. And my jaw dropped when I saw the guy actively create the code. We were talking with a relationship that we're trying to pursue with Sol Plaatje University, that they have got, and I think the gentleman from Carson's made the point, that future farming is not necessarily what we associated to be out there. These days, through autonomy, I just proved to you now from my laptop, you know, guys are sitting and they've got 5, 6 monitors and they're controlling a tractor, they're controlling the pivots, they're controlling everything that's happening on the farm. But all of that has got, at the very core of it, codes that needs to be written. And the data that is collected also requires interpretation. And so it's amazing that at Sol Plaatje University, you've got a qualification that is applied data science. And so we're talking with them now to say, how can we incorporate learners at that level to already introduce some of the concepts that they get taught there and include that in our chambers as well. So I've got a lot to say about this project, but I invite the forum to speak to us so that we can see how we can explore. But I see this as a perfect fit in terms of what you aspire to do. And I want to use the opportunity to say thank you very much for having me. Yeah. Appreciate it. I apologize, there's so many other good pics that I wanted to show, but I believe that I'll give the presentation and colleagues will have an opportunity to actually scroll through what I wanted to show that I couldn't show.
Thank you so much. That was interesting. Polly? Goodness. Huh? If I can get one of those, if somebody can write a code to just monitor myself and give my, you know, water here, this here, life would be so much easier.
Mr. Lau, you make a joke. Somebody was asking us, Polly, so are you trying to, with this program, teach kids to go into agriculture? The answer is simply no. We've got the rule that to say that if we identify a learner at school that's got an interest to go into medicine, the future we're moving to is that there is certain procedures where robots are doing the incisions and so forth. But behind there is technology and robots. So the very same technology and the code that's being done through what they're learning now on this chambers has got application elsewhere. A simple thing. There's a code that we can write that with an adapter, if you put the plug in the wall and you connect it to the coffee, you can, from your office, on your phone, say kettle go on. By the time you get home, the kettle is on, and then I'm trying to relate to what you are saying. So the application from here is just for the context of the growth chamber because they tangibly can see. They're being taught coding, but what can I do with this code? There's a leaf, they make themselves a burger, you know, but it has so many different applications that it can be used for. So thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Running mic, please.
So it wasn't talk shop, it's a real project.
This is the real thing. We've got a hand. And then our next one is in front.
Chair, I'm tempted to say hallelujah. Jeez, that made so much sense. The sad part is they're doing it there somewhere on their own. And he actually put a challenge to us. And for me, that's the conduit that we should use to make this session meaningful. He said, what kind of relations can we establish? And maybe part of the conversation should be around that. It's something that's workable. It's something that has been trialed. It's something that we need. We have the relevant institutions here. So maybe a commitment from people to say, let's take it forward. Why do we have to go and have a meeting upon a bosberaad to decide if this could work? Let's trial it. I mean, so maybe it will be nice for the role players that are here. I think he was reaching out to Sol Plaatje. He was reaching out to even UNISA. It's a pity Mr. Carstens has left, because I think he would have been so relevant to this one as well. But what prevents us from now tying? Let's test ourselves. Let's tie this up. Let's get some commitments from the floor. If we can't do that, then what are we doing here? So I'm tempted to say, while he's standing there, what kind of commitments can we get from the floor? And if we can't, must we still go and consult further? Then this workshop of ours is actually a bit useless. So I'm putting it out there to everybody here to say, to what degree can we support such a brilliant initiative? Exemanet.
Thanks, Mr. Mpisi. That one doesn't require a response. It's self-explanatory.
No, I would like to know, are you ready to roll it out?
Okay, I can respond to that. So we've successfully, and this is the sad thing, and I think Mr. Mpisi can appreciate this. So we took the view, we have to go hand in cap all the time to our government, and it takes long. I wrote an 8-page, and in my professional life, I write these thick documents for business plans and feasibility study. My mind was blown that I was asked probably on an 8-pager. Not long technical stuff. Write your concept. And I got 800,000 rand to do this project on a thin piece of document through the US Embassy, of course. What we did with that, we trialed it for 10 schools, right? And we've shown and demonstrated we've had our schools participate and won on international level, not one, but did very well. So we are confident that our only limitation is resource, and we believe that it must go to other schools. Education, and they're fully behind the project, that why are you at this fancy schools, boys are technical? I said, look, we wanted to trial it, but we do see relevance, and we've got rural schools that are participating. So we've got over 500 schools we want to reach, but we on our own as a non-profit, through what we're doing this, cannot do it on our own. So yes, Mr. Mpisi, we want to let this reach all schools as far as possible. So where colleagues from different stakeholders, UNISA and so forth, where you've got your own access from somebody that's not here, somebody that's virtually that want to participate, we've got the formula. We can invite you. Don't listen to my presentation. Come to the school and see the thing work. There's a question.
Okay.
It's on. Okay, it's on. Well, I was going to say it in Afrikaans, but I come from a town.
Afrikaans is recht.
No, I was going to say it in Afrikaans, but I come from a town where we speak Afrikaans only in self-defense. So, gentlemen, this is brilliant. Just one quick question. I saw you have a competition which you participated in. It's Uppington High or Kimberley High? I think Kimberley.
Kimberley, yes. Kimberley.
Yeah. I'm not sure to what extent are you aware of the World Skills competition, and whether you've ever considered bringing this for consideration as perhaps one of the skills, and if not, can we talk?
We definitely, I don't know about it, we definitely can talk. I've had of interest, I've had so many different people. So we've positioned and packaged the project that it's in the core, our idea and so forth, but we want so many layers with different people seeing a different angle to what this can be, bring it to it as well. So we're open to so many different conversations on behalf of this.
Okay, and then secondly, is your focus exclusively just building capacity from the schools, or it looking at scaling up and bringing it to the production, commercialization of it, so that perhaps employers and various other role players?
That's where we want to go. That's why I intentionally showed what we are doing in a classroom is being done on a commercial scale. But what we've always been caught behind is that something comes from outside, and then commercially it's lands, and then we find we don't have the skills for renewable energy. So we know for a fact what the future is going to look like. It's based on the theory that you have to look into the future, understand it, come back now and start planning for it. So we see the need to build the learners with a skill set now, but the commercial relevance is there, whether it's now, tomorrow, in 10 years, but our learners will already be exposed to it. I had an interesting thing. We thought initially our approach was this is for school learners, aligned to what DBE wants to do for aquaponics and hydroponics. In one career exhibition, Free State University approached me and said, Polly, wow, this is so great. We want you to come introduce this to our third-year students and also honors students. So I didn't see the angle up until I went and studied what it does, but the relevance is there. So the flexibility of this indeed is very broad, and ultimately it should build towards the commercial level. In fact, I did some research also initially when we were trying to find what vehicle to use to simulate business. And Department of Education spends in the Northern Cape almost, this is again 2-3 years back, almost 300,000 rand on the school feeding scheme. And we thought that, how can't you commercialize and scale and do these vegetable gardens differently so that you can have young entrepreneurs using technology like this, having access to a ready market at schools already. It can go various ways, but we want it to eventually become commercial. There's a question there.
No, it's fine. There we go.
Baie dankie. My naam is Colleen. Ek is so opgewonde oor jou presentation. Ek kan net dink wat dit aan voedselskaarste kan doen. Om te dink as ek daai dingetjie kan in my agterjaar het, dan kan ek amper my hele bure kos gee. En as dit op 'n commercial scale moet gedoen word, dan word dit mos nie ingevoer nie. Exactly. En ons kan groente en kos baie goedkoper kry. Exactly. So ek dink amper ons moet baie dink en baie praat daaroor. Ons moet hierdie jong man help dat die bal in die rol gekry kan word. Baie dankie.
Ik denk dat praat voor de question wat hij gevraagd is, kan het op een commercial level gedaan worden. Ik meen, ons doen die ding nou in die klein educational toolkit, maar je kan een container vat en je kan een container convert along diezelfde principles wat ons doen bij educational toolkit. En je kan achter in je jaar staan, voor je jaar, je kan 15 van die containers hê. Die options is endless.
Goeiemiddag, ek is Catherine. Baie dankie vir die geleentheid wat u en ons toegeken het. Ek dink, ek het so 2 jaar terug ook 'n training by u gekry.
Yes, Catherine, ek kon nou die gesig gee.
Ja, ek stem saam met pastoor daar. Kom ons pak die ding aan. Jy laat my so dink aan my kanselier. Ek is 'n ward committee member. Ons is tans besig met dit. Maar ons het mos nog nie tegnologie om dit te doen, soos wat u dit doen nie. Ja. So ek dink, ons kan hand in hand gaan. Ek dink nie, daar's nog, dat daar moet besprekings en goed moet gedoen word, die lang meetings moet gesit word, oor dat die politicians in te bring, van dis want toe dit gaan strek op die einde van die dag. So ons los dit uit, ons pak dit aan. So ek dink om na die communities toe te gaan, as myself as 'n entrepreneur, stel ek baie graag belang daarin. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, Catherine. Oké, is recht, Anna?
Ek gebruik allerlei snaakse goed, maar dit is nie so nie. Langs my huis is ek al reeds van verlede jaar af besig met dit. Ek eet al uit my groentetuin uit. So wat ek wil weet, as ek nou nie 'n inkomste het om die container te voorkom nie, kan ek dan 'n singstruktuur opsit waar ek dan miskien hardboard of cardboard of recyclable plastic of so vat om hom binne kan dig genoeg te kry. Want nommer 1 is net my huis is skadu met 'n net wat ek omgesit het. So op die oomblik is my groente baie mooi wat in die tuin is. Ek het nog gevra die man moet my 'n foto stuur, maar hy is nog nie by die huisie. So ek wil vir u gewys het dat ek sê nou nie ons ek het miskien nie dit nou nodig nie, maar op die long run sou ek graag wou dit doen. Die kinders daar rond roep ek altyd en ek sê vat elkeen saad en doen so, want ek het begin met green pepper wat ek in die winkel gekoop het. So toe sien ek maar dit groei, maak groot bome en ek het gebruik van dit. So dit wat reeds al ewen groente wat nie in die omgewing groei nie, of wat sekere nat weer ensovoorts nodig het, dieselfde groente groei in my tuin in. So ek wil weet, kan ek enige ander struktuur gebruik? om my groente in te sit as ek nou nie die hydrate en die wat het. Dus ken mens nie die meninge goed nie. So ja, dit is wat ek wil weet, want ons kry nie altyd ondersteuning in die gemeenskap self as 'n besigheid, 'n klein besigheid of 'n upcoming business. Ons kry nie altyd daai voorkeur of voordele nie. En dis hoekom ek ook PRMG Women gebruik het, want daar's vroue in 'n huishouding, daar's dit net een moeder met 5 of 6 kinders. Okay, sy kry mos nou maar die grant, maar dit is nie altyd genoeg nie. So op 'n einde van die dag nodig die vrou iemand soos ek om vir haar te kan sê, maar jy kan jou pampoenpitte plant, of jy kan dit in 'n tissue sit, nat spuit, en oor 'n paar dae sy uitgegroei het, kan jy dit. So ek wil maar net dit weet. Die ander ene wat ek wil gehoor het, soms soos nou die aardappels is skaars. So ek sit my aardappels terug in die grond en of my patat, dit wat ek kan insit, ek sit dit terug sodat dit kan moist bly en vars bly, want dit raak mos nou vrot met die load shedding en so. Maar sal die hydrate masjienkie ding nou vir my dieselfde werk kan doen wat die grond tans doen, want nou die grond is die verlede jaar bemes. So die grond word nie deur en deur bemes nie. Die ou grond word met die ander gedeelte van die akker net weer omgespit en so raak jy mos nou vrugbaar en so groei die groente mos nou wat daarin is. Maar as ek nou kan met u nou in gesprek kom, sal ek seker mos nog meer weet.
Ja.
Of wat om te doen van hier af.
So die vinnige antwoord is vir jou laaste vraag is nee. Hydroponics, nie al vegetables of dinge is kan deur hydroponics gegroei word nie. Is al jou leafy greens en so voort, reg? But die principles van die principles kan geapply word in wat jy wil doen. Die tweede enetjie is en moet ek 'n disclaimer daar, so dat ek is 'n agricultural specialist. So please, I'm not an agricultural specialist. This is from an educational perspective. However, ons het 'n ouetjie gekry in Colesburg, nee, Noupoort. Ek praat nou van 'n container, daar's die bells en die whistles van hoe die grow chamber lyk. Maar hy ouetjie het een van hulle kamers gevat wat nie gebruik word in die huisie. Hy het die vensters donker toegemaak met komberse en plastic. And then, kom ek praat maar in Engels dat die ander mense ook kan verstaan. And then he used lights from a hardware store. And he created that as a light. So, the long and the short is, jy kan amper enige ding gebruik. Ons het maar die fancy equipment wat ons nou gebruik. Ons het nou die prentjies wat ek gewys het, is nou jou groot commercial, first world country type of structures. Die probleem is ook, dit kan ook baie duur raak. So it's a very expensive sector. But we know with all advanced economies, it always started out very expensive. Hulle het gesê, renewable energy kan nie gedoen word nie, because sonpanele is te duur en so voort. Kyk, waar sit ons nou? Solar energy in die begin van die renewable energy IPP program was, die ouens het R2 iets gevra per kilowatt an hour. Right, hulle sit nou op amper 60 cents, right? So at the current moment, at the current time, it is expensive to do it with all the bells and the whistles, but it's fine because it's a future economy. As time will go on, LED lights becomes more cheaper. Jy weet, en al die goedjies geriewe wat jy nodig het, gaan 'n bietjie cheaper raak. So jy kan makeshift goedjies gebruik om nog steeds dieselfde objective te achieve.
Yeah. Any quick? Oh, okay. Our last question there at the back.
Thank you so much. I must say I'm also very blown away, to say the least, but and I'm very excited to see such a project that is it has so much potential to can change the status quo in the country. I have been also, I'm a silent proponent of a Safe Soil campaign with a little research done on the depletion of the organic content in the soil. And I've been following the discussions around what has led to that with your industrialized farming, and I think I take interest to say perhaps from here, and you rightfully said by maybe 2030, 2035, the population would have risen to about 9 billion. But the organic content and the nutrients that we are finding, we are seeing this depleting with time. And it has always been my issue, I think, with the aquaponics system of farming to say, how do we then get the nutrients that we very much need from the plants so that we are not just producing, but we are also producing nutritional, I think, crops. And I think that's where I come from to say, from here, I think the next stage will then be, how do we then ascertain that which we are producing within that project is nutritional enough, and as such, it's what our bodies need going forward. But otherwise, I think it's a great presentation. I'm very excited about that. Thank you so much.
I can appreciate your comments, and that is the concern. I mean, even the learners in the schools are asking about the nutritional value from this. And it's interesting that once they grow, remember in that educational chamber, it's not commercially grown, but there's enough biomass in there for them to create. I think the guys at the office, they've made about 10 burgers out of one chamber. But when you look at the quality of the leaves that we are growing there, remember it's controlled environment. The parts per million from the part A solution, part B solution that we use, that has got all the nutrients that we get from the soil, because of our science has advanced to mimic that, allows us to actually get good, healthy crops from hydroponics. Aquaponics, we haven't done it yet, but the science is also out there that says that the nutrients, because part of the nutrients is coming from the fish, because it's that circular farming, is also very nutritional. So there's a lot of opportunities still to advance it, and like we say, like I tell the learners, this is not for use perhaps to this as a practice, but you guys can be the scientists that answer some of the shortcomings and disadvantages that these systems have that we're going to need for the future to come up with a science for it. But you've already got that exposure at a very early level.
Okay, this will be our last question. Our next speaker is waiting online.
I just want to applaud this young man and say, well done. Colleagues, I'm so excited because every time we think about starting any project, we think about the costs. And I was just thinking whilst this young man was presenting that he gave me an idea as an educationist as well as working in the occupational unit here at TVET, that we should all work together in the sense of, I'm thinking, we thought we should just start with a greenhouse, a big thing costing a lot of money. But now, here today, what you presented is actually, we can start small. And even to the student here from Upington campus, I think we at the unit are working with agricultural programs. And what we need to do is use our 2 incubator centers, the one in the R and the one in Katu, to simulate the agriculture. And your project just opened my eyes now that we can work together. We start small, and we actually teach our students how to start small instead of thinking about a huge project, thinking about a lot of money. And in the end, we don't succeed because we think money. So I'm thinking if we as the college, we can simulate the workplace. Like Mr. Carson's indicated, we already worked with them, but they cannot take all the students. So we can simulate the workplace at the TVETs, assisting the students with a small project, but by that we simulate the whole workplace here at the TVETs. And we can use this idea of working together, sir, that we can continue and we can grow. And I can tell you, colleagues, that agriculture is now one of the most important things that we need to look at. Secondly, it's our apprenticeships, and we can also look at, Mr. Carson's named it, that we must talk about artisans. We need engineers also to assist us, but agriculture can be included in the whole spectrum. And you talked about agriponics, we include that in the renewable energy. So all of these things are actually getting together at one point, one section, and we can work together. So thank you very much, and looking forward, sir, to working with you.
Thank you, ma'am.
colleagues.
I want the comment again just out of relevance. So you might think that there's not even maybe really new skills that we require. If I think of the TVET college on its own, plumbing that's... If you look at the concept of hydroponics, a big part of it is actually the plumbing to build the system. You're taking PVC pipes and connecting them, so you already have got that. Some of the elements and engineering you need, you've got welders, so we can take existing, I've mentioned Soplaiki has already got appliance science. So there's these different components from existing things that are already being taught that you can bring them together for this type of sector. So there's a lot of options to explore, ma'am. I appreciate that. Can we excuse you?
Yeah, you can be excused.
Well, sure, you guys, that opened up. Miss Polly, there is our last question. Please, can I have the roaming mic? Our last question, sorry, he indicated, and I think, Polly, you will have to come to the front, otherwise, for sound purpose. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah. No, we need the, sorry, Winston, we need the roaming mic for the question. Gentleman there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ronnie. Very well, I'm an agricultural activist. That's how I define myself. But part of what you have made is very substantive and very, very, indeed, an advanced presentation in the agricultural sector, as much as it's also growing and it's also part of the backbone of the economy, if not the second in the province. Part of what actually I will either simply because agriculture on its own, it has technicalities, and as much as also in terms of technology, there's a huge development and the huge growth of technology that side on the sector. But one will actually have made, either it's a recommendation to say, because part of what the provincial government in the Department of Agriculture has been doing, there's a lot of projects, and evacuated failed projects in the farming in the province that have been left with no any development of, no anyone will say, you can't close this farm or shut it down, the production, hence the money has been invested into the farm, but simply because of the extension and the technicalities around the question of administration and in terms of the farming, understanding of the farming content and it changing on how then the social, what we call the social and production machinery and so on need to be administered for the production of that part of the production that we want to see as an output for the supply. So that actually we could also maybe, as much as you actually touched on to say, you have made many proposals and presentations to say, just a little piece. But I can tell you maybe with the department together and all other stakeholders sitting together, looking into few of that so that we can use them as either as a test, sort of a greenhouse on which we can say the money has been spent here, but it's not a problem. So let's get all the stakeholders, try to bring all the resources so that after we have actually all the resources, what is that we need? But this is an idea and very practical workable that we want to actually venture into for the future of agriculture and for the future of the province and South Africa in the main. So that was, I think, we should rather exhaust some of these avenues. It's just that the senior leadership is not there, so that part of these things must go straight into theirs. We have huge and many of them projects that have failed of agriculture here without having done any monitoring, but a lot of millions were spent on that. But we understand the dynamics around and inside. But that's what I wanted to submit. Thank you.
Maybe a very quick comment. Yes, you're correct. It's been brought to my attention even from colleagues within the departments. One specific department said that they've established hydroponic farms already. They've given money to it and it has failed. And when they try and find out why these farms failed is because the people were sent to maybe a 1 month, 2 month course, and you thought that shotgun approach was going to solve the skills issue. And the project ultimately, leave the money aside, leave access to market, actually fell because of the skill shortage. And that's why we are very clear that you need to start some of these things at the scholar level already. Number two, with failed farms as well, we are saying, remember colleagues, aquaponics and hydroponics is nothing new. I'm not saying anything new. We're talking about the innovation of it. We've got in I think 3 or 4 commercial farms that I know of that are still running. But some of the innovation from what we're doing, especially the lighting, the IoT systems and so forth, can still be, as a pilot, be adopted at these existing farms because we still want to pilot and testing. So I can agree with some of the sentiments and comments you have there. That's the last one you said.
Yes, that was the last one. Thank you so much, yes.
Training and development, monitoring and evaluation, key principles in starting and starting a project, giving money. You can't walk away, all right? There must be training and development that goes with it. So if you bring an initiative, develop the people around it, but the monitoring and evaluation of that project. If you abdicate that responsibility, that is where we've got our failed projects. Rather do less, but do it better, and we will have success. That is how we need to do it. We had yesterday a very vibrant and it was a community development, a community engagement workshop. So we will definitely also, get we got valuable input from there, and linking that with, I think, with Polly's initiative, that is, together with the TVET, we can make a difference in our province, of course. And yesterday it was really, really sad to hear, the poverty that the people are still sitting with, scarce. There's no resources, there's no food. If the grant system, if there's something wrong with grant payouts, we know the consequences in the real rural areas. So yeah, that is why we have our social responsibility as the PSET sector to make a difference where we can. Enough said from my side, and thank you so much. I thought it's very interesting. Our next speaker is Mr. Sipho Mampi. He is online, and we are now going a little bit more to the tourism industry and the economic field and the tourism. Mr. Sipho Mampi is the director of the Northern Cape Department of Economic Development and Tourism. He is employed by, as I mentioned, the Northern Cape Department of Economic Development and Tourism as Director in Tourism Growth. He completed a bachelor's degree with the University of the North. He underwent a training of the United Nations World Tourism Organization on sustainable tourism development in Belgium. Further underwent training on the South African Statistic Quality Assessment Framework. Sorry, you guys, the IT is really framework and presented at Stats SA. During his career as a public servant in the Tourism Directorate, he was instrumental in facilitating the Northern Cape White Paper on the development, management and promotion of tourism in the Northern Cape, marine and coastal tourism, development strategies and similar policies, strategies and plans to grow the tourism industry. We are all well aware that tourism forms a critical part of the Northern Cape's economy, and yes, where's Mr. Mumpy? Is he online? Mr. Mumpy, if you are...
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much, sir. You can... It's over to you. You can switch on your camera for us so that we can just say hi.
I don't know, it does not want to show my face. No, it does not. It does not want to.
Oh, it's fine, sir. You know, we've seen your picture on the on your bio, and
Yes.
and technology is not playing really a nice. You know, it's giving us problems today.
I
So you
guess.
can proceed. You can proceed, sir.
Can I be allowed to share them, maybe? My presentation? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can I be allowed to share my presentation, maybe?
Yes, please. Yes, you can.
It says you don't have permission to share, so
Okay, we are.
I did send a presentation anyway.
The
Am I audible enough?
the technical team is just sorting that out for us, sir.
Am I audible enough?
You are audible, yes. There we go, sir. We see your lovely quiver trees. You can proceed. Mr. Mumpy, you can proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, there you're back. You can proceed, sir. We see your presentation is displaying.
Okay. I have been thank you everybody, and the protocol of the meeting is observed. May I say that as a department we are excited to form part of these engagements, because it is through these engagements that we can say what we are doing as the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. Just here at the corner, this, okay, it's going to disturb me a bit. Thank you. That's really the presentation outline. We will deal with the methodology, the situational analysis. The situational analysis will involve the policy review, the Northern Cape in tourism in context, supply and demand, and gap analysis. We will then go to the framework development, which will include marketing, product development, spatial development, and institutional framework, and then implementation programs. Question and comments. I just hope there will be comments, not
questions because we know the Northern Cape. Thank you. Next slide, please. The department have been requested to present on crafting and implementing a provincial tourism vision and strategy for sustainable economic development. And I think the whole presentation will then focus on how we craft our policies to create a unified vision, both public and private sector, because the vision has to have private sector involvement and participation and buy-in, as well as strategy. But this strategy must finally lead to economic growth in the province. Next slide, please. I'm going to use a case study of the Northern Cape because we have developed and crafted and implemented the Northern Cape Tourism Master Plan, which is the roadmap for tourism development in the province. It is a guide. You see, I think it is a guideline for us which forms the provincial, local, and national as to what we must do with regards to tourism development in the province. Next slide, please. The Northern Cape Tourism Master Plan, its process looked at the review of legislation impacting on tourism development. What is the legislation environment that tourism is happening in the Northern Cape? What work has already been done? It also looked at the environmental, spatial, and economic conditions in the province, wherein it provides a context in which tourism development can then take place. And then a high-level audit of tourism supply and product clustering and support infrastructure was conducted. Analysis of tourism demand, how many people want to come to the Northern Cape, was also demand, as well as the supply, demand and supply has been conducted, analysis has been conducted. And the most important part was the gap analysis. What are our shortcomings? And how do we deal with those shortcomings? Any strategy is very much important when you relate it to the stakeholders, communities, because what the tourism white paper is very clear on is that tourism is government-led, which means we do the policies, we do the legislation and so forth. We create the environment in which tourism grows. So tourism is government-led in that space. It's private sector driven. The people that must create the tourism industry is the private sector. The guest houses, for example, the events, for example, those are the people, the tour guides. But it must be community-based. It means that communities must benefit from job creation, from infrastructure development, and so forth. So from there, we formulate the tourism framework, which I will go through. But everything must be based on responsible tourism. Responsible tourism has got to do with the tourism which is developed in a sense that it must take care of the current generation, but also create space for the future generation to enjoy and consume tourism. With the climate change that is happening, we are losing much of our tourism products, both internationally and locally, and sort of at a district level. So there is this concern that tourism is starting to lose its meaning. Next slide, please. That brings us to, this is what the Northern Cape Tourism Master Plan is, finally, after a lot of consultative sessions and so forth, where we have developed it into clusters and so on. I will speak to it later. In terms of our crafting, next slide please, in terms of our crafting of the Tourism Master Plan, we had to follow a particular methodology. To develop a vision or a strategy, you need to follow a methodology which will be able to inform the growth plan or strategies that you are having. And I'm going to take you through the methodology, how we crafted the tourism vision for the province and the stakeholders involved and so forth. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. Yeah, what is happening is that in terms of the first phase, you have to look at the policy environment, which is the international policies. What do they say about tourism? What do they say about provincial tourism? What do they say about local tourism development? So the national and international policy environment is very much important, as well as the provincial and local government policy. Because at the end of the day, you must integrate and align these policies, which means the provincial and local policies must be aligned to the national policy and international policy framework. So you must integrate and align the policy so that they must speak to each other and support each other. And that will be phase one. And in terms of phase one, after aligning, you look at, you can run the slides through. You look at the provincial economic, the provincial overview. What is the economic situation of the province, the demographic makeup, the environmental aspects, the land issues, and so forth. And from the in phase one, you still we look at assessment of tourism supply and infrastructure, because tourism is based on infrastructure basically, the guest houses, the rivers, the roads, the airplanes, the airports. That is what tourism. So you have to have the restaurants, the police stations, for example. Those are very important infrastructure to grow tourism. So you need to have you need to make an assessment of the state of this infrastructure, and then you have to look at the demand side of things in phase one. How many people want to come to the province? How many people have heard about the province? And if they're not coming, why are they not coming? The final in the phase one, you have to look, do you have the necessary structures, the institutional arrangements, the necessary structures there where you will be able to drive this vision that you are creating? Are these structures well funded? Are they well organized? Do they have the necessary capacity? Do they have the necessary resources? So that brings you then to the gap analysis, your constraints. What are the challenges that you have found? And after having conducted your gap analysis, then you go into phase two. Phase two has got now to do with tourism development framework, where you start to develop, where we start to develop our vision. We have our vision, our strategic objectives, our planning principles, key issues and challenges. So the tourism development framework will then give you your vision, your mission, and all those things. And then in phase two, you have to look at the spatial framework that tourism is having. The corridors, the gateways, the distribution points, like your airports, for example, your routes, your destinations in the province. For instance, you've got Flowers, you've got the river, you've got the Karoo, you've got the Kalahari. All those things form part of the spatial framework. You've got your mines, mining tourism, you've got your tourism court. Your Kimberley is one of the gateways. Your routes, we have got six routes. Launching the stargazing route, which is the dark sky route, which involves your Carnarvon, your Sutherland. So you look at tourism spatial framework. And again, you look at marketing, product development and marketing, because product development is very much important for positioning, for creating the necessary products that will attract people to the province. So we look at flagship projects. The marketing strategy must be able to assist us with positioning the province, branding the province, identify the market segmentation, for example, target markets, market research, but most importantly, our tourism information system. How do we get our product out there? And then it looks at the institutional framework. Are our structures effective? Are they well supported? And then can we move forward, please? Can we move forward? Can we move forward on the slide? The slide. Okay, then you go to phase 3, which is now your implementation. Implementation is the priority actions that you say we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going to develop a marketing strategy. We're going to do what? Time frame. You look at the time frames. You look at the resources. You look at the roles and responsibility of national, provincial, and local. Also, what is the role of the private sector? What is the role of institutions like Solplaatje Municipality, Solplaatje University, and so forth. And then you have a monitoring and evaluation. Next. Next. Yeah, then stakeholder participation. Can you go? Yeah. Now, we also did the situational analysis. What obtains? What does the Northern Cape have? And how are we taking this situation? Because the situational analysis must be the basis from which you move in order to create your vision, to create your mission, to create your objectives. You need to understand what is the status quo. Next slide. Next slide. So the situation, can you go back, please? Can you just go back? Again, go back a slide. Go forward. Okay. This is the situational analysis that we're doing. We're looking at the policy. We're looking at the assessment of the infrastructure. We're looking at tourism demand. We review the institutional arrangements, and we do the gap analysis. Next slide. I hope I'm not fast. In terms of policy review, we're looking at what policies obtained. If we go to the next slide, we look at what, as I said, we look at national policies, we look at provincial policies, because we have got policies like the Tourism White Paper of 1996, which is now being reviewed, and the industry has made their inputs. We look at, for instance, local government legislation and acts. How does because local government tourism happens at the local government level. We look at heritage resource, all these policies at the national level that affects the province, and also the same at the provincial level. And at the end, we align and integrate. This then forms the context in which we develop tourism. Next slide, please. One of the issues, okay, these are outdated figures, but it was a time when the PGDS was developed, when we developed this. And this PGDS target must be revised, and taking also into account the COVID-19, which has brought down the economy, the world economy, as well as where our own economy did not survive. But currently what the PGDS is saying, whether it's relevant or not, the reason why we look at the PGDS targets, these are provincial growth and development strategy targets, where the province say that we want to maintain an average annual economic growth of 4% and to 6%. How does tourism contribute to that? The province says at that time we want to halve unemployment. How do we? So whenever we develop a strategy, we will develop it according to what the provincial targets are, because we contribute towards the economic growth of the province. So we will be able to take out what tourism's contributions is to provincial targets. So provincial targets, we also have got national targets in terms of the in terms of the national plans and target setting that we are having. So that is what tourism must also contribute to that. Next slide, please. So when we looked at the provincial Northern Cape tourism overview. It's important to look at what the Northern Cape situation is when it comes to tourism development when we craft this vision and strategy. Next slide. Yes. Can we run them all? Can we run them all? Yeah, when we do the provincial analysis, we look at the spatial attributes, the things that I've said about the routes, about the whole spatial plan of the province, the whole things of the Karoo, for example, the Kalahari. Those are the spatial attributes of the province. We look at the demographic makeup of the province, how many people are in the Northern Cape, what is the level of employment, what is the level of unemployment, what is the school level, education level, and all. We look at the demographic makeup of the province. And we look at the economy, which is very much important. Which is very much important because the economy is what we want to contribute to. What is the state of the economy at that point in time when we develop craft the vision for tourism? I've spoken about infrastructure. Infrastructure is the basis of tourism development. We've got soft infrastructure, which is people and skills. How are people qualified in the industry? Are they well qualified enough? I hear people say that the tourism industry does not necessarily need hard skills like your mathematics and so forth. But there is certain career options and skills that are very vital to the tourism industry. So we're looking at both, in the provincial, we look at both the infrastructure, which is the hard infrastructure, and the soft infrastructure. Your hard infrastructure is your bricks and mortars, like your roads and your airports and everything. Important as well for us as a province is the natural environment. How is the natural? So the provincial overview provides the context within which tourism functions and within which we can develop tourism. Next slide, please. I hope I'm still audible. And then we look tourism into context. The tourism context looked at visitors to the province. How many we're looking at? We need to clarify our markets in terms of Africa, in terms of overseas markets. Who are the countries internationally that comes to South Africa and that South Africa is marketing themselves strongly towards? Both in terms of international markets, in terms of African markets, the top African markets that South Africa is well known for. Like, for instance, Spain is one of our core national markets. France is one such international market for South Africa. So we do a scan of who comes to South Africa, from which market they come from. Next slide, please. Yeah, those were the top markets. Those were the top markets, as well as which are these top markets going to, so that we can be able to see how we can put our marketing and branding positions. Next slide. So our key source markets is for the domestic. You have the domestic and the international market. The domestic, we're looking at most visited province in the country, and how do we influence the visitation decision that a person has to make to come to the Northern Cape. So that creates the tourism context that we are having. Okay, next slide, please. So now we also look at the tourism supply analysis, supply side. The tourism supply side is the assets, the services, the goods that visitors enjoy when they come to the province, and occasioned by journeys of visitors, which is repeat visitors to those things. Like, for instance, the Big Hole is a major tourism asset for us. The flower season in Namaqualand is another one such. We have a coastline as well that is in the region of 365 kilometers. So there are a lot. We've got the 6 national parks, for example, where people can go and visit. So all these tours, these vacations, these airplanes, so we are able to sort of look at that tourism supply side, the assets and the services and the goods that tourism enjoy when they come. So we have done a thorough analysis and have come up with an audit of all these things, which is what we're developing. And yeah, thank you. Next slide, please. What is assessment of the tourism supply and its potential? What is very much important is that infrastructure ensures sustainable tourism development. If you don't have enough infrastructure, if your infrastructure is dilapidated, if your infrastructure does not support the tourism vision that you want to sort of develop, then it creates a serious problem. And also your attractions would therefore come into play, your entertainment, your shopping, and so forth. But what fits into these two bubbles is amenities, for example, electricity, water, security, and so forth. Your road infrastructure, your air infrastructure, your rail infrastructure, transport infrastructure that delivers sort of tourists to the destination. So all these assessments is very much important. Next slide, please. So from there you look to the tourism demand. Tourism demand is a total number of persons who are interested in the province, who travel or wish to travel to come and use our facilities and services. Tourism is defined as a sector where people travel from their usual environment to come for a year, not more than a year, to foreign destinations like the Northern Cape to come and enjoy what Northern Cape is giving. So the demand analysis comes from that understanding that people leave their usual environment. They leave Britain to come to Northern Cape. They leave as an international visitor. They leave Johannesburg to come to Kimberley. They leave Uppington to come to Kimberley, for example. So tourism demand is very much important, and because it also assists you with the market segmentation as to where you must deploy your marketing strategies and your marketing plans. Next slide, please. So the demand assessment assists us to determine our source markets, which is both domestic, overseas, African, and I will also say intra-provincial. So we are able to deploy our marketing strategies to our source markets to achieve our vision. It also helps us with key target market, which is market segmentation, as to who are we targeting. We cannot target everybody. because you cannot be for everybody. For instance, if you look at the environment of the Northern Cape, the tourism landscape of the Northern Cape is more of adventure-seeking type of tourists that is sort of to us. You understand? So the whole demand assessment assists us to segment the market segmentation. And then demand assessment also helps us. Am I still audible? Am I still audible?
Yes, Mr. Mampi, you're still audible.
Okay.
Thank you.
The demand assessment also helps us to look at the behavior of people that are visiting our province. We look at their length of stay. How many nights do they stay? How many days do they stay? Are they day visitors? Are they night visitors? And if they're night visitors, how many days do they spend? How much do they spend in the province? That is the behavior of the tourists. We want to find out how much they spend, which will be able to give us the rents and cents, which contributes to the economy. The places they visit in the province. Of course, you want to look at geographic spread. If people come to Kimberley, do they end in Kimberley or do they go to other parts of the province sort of as well? A demand generator, we want to know where did they hear about us, and also what do they think about us? Are we a destination that can be visited, or what must we sort of improve in it? Now, when it comes to market behavior, what is important in tourism spend is that you determine it by what is called the National Tourism Satellite Account. The National Tourism Satellite Account gives you the contribution of tourism in terms of how much tourism contributes to the economy. It gives you the number of jobs that the tourism industry generates. It also gives you the geographic spread in terms of where people are visiting in the country. Now, for now, we can only determine the impact of tourism, the economic impact of tourism at a national level through the satellite account. Because you cannot, for instance, say, for now, how much does the Northern Cape contribute? Tourism sector contributes. You can't say that for now. We deduce it from the national figures that are produced by South African Tourism and Stats SA. Why can't you say how much the Northern Cape contributes to the economy, or for instance, what is the GDP of tourism of Cape Town? What is the GDP of Western Cape? What is the GDP of Gauteng? It is now that the National Department is working on that phase. Because for us to reach the decision how much each province is contributing to the economy as the tourism sector, there are certain things that we need to look at. The first thing is the methodology. It's the terms of, is the definitions, because all provinces must measure the same, using same definitions, using same concepts, and so forth, so that you are able to measure apples with apples and not measure apples with pears or with lemons. So then there's a national process currently taking place, which is called the provincialization of tourism statistics, where we're trying to iron out these things of common definitions, common concepts, and so forth. In the Northern Cape, we've gone a step further. We are busy developing a visitor tracking, which will be able to drill down statistics to a district level. For instance, the ZF Mgao district or the Francisburg district, how much does it contribute? So we have presented to the national department, and we are aligning our plans to that of the national. Thank you very much. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, that is just the domestic, just an example of demand as to the character. When you look at the characteristics, you look at the source markets. Where does these people come from? This is just an example of a demand analysis. Purpose of visit, why did they come? How much do they spend? This is more length of stay, their behavior patterns, and so forth. Market segmentation, you understand? So that's just an example in the sense of a domestic market. Can you move to the next slide, please? Now, after you have done the supply and demand analysis, it will then inform your gap analysis. What are the constraints? What are your challenges? Why are you not growing? Why are you growing? All those, this gap analysis will be able to tell you about your deficiencies in terms of growing the tourism industry. So the gap analysis is very much important. And this is what we what we found out in terms of our gap analysis, the constraints that we are facing as a province, why tourism is sort of not growing at the pace that we want to. It is accessibility. All tourism destinations must be accessible. All tourism destinations must be accessible. Now, the Northern Cape, the airfares, number one, are very much expensive. Precisely. If I talk about the airfares, you will remember that there was a case against Airlink, where it was sort of taken to task, where it dominated a route in Umtata. And what it does, it wants to operate alone in one route, like they do in Uppington and they do in Kimberley, for example. So what is happening is once they start to get competition, they lower their prices against the competitor to such an extent that the competitor does not see the worth of flying that route anymore. And once the competitor has decided to move out because it does not make financial sense, then they go to the original price. That is the strategy that is happening in our province, which we are currently trying to remedy, predatory pricing. So we have an access committee that is looking at that situation to see how many flights we can fly into Uppington, into Kimberley, to increase. But we have got a rail infrastructure that is also underutilized. Tourism management is another gap. Tourism product is another gap. Market is another market. We are a long-haul destination. South Africa is a long-haul destination. And therefore, to get people to travel to long-haul destinations, especially after COVID, has become very challenging. So these are the gaps. I want to save time because you might have time constraints. So then you identify your gaps which you have done. Next slide, please. And then you utilize the same gap analysis that you have in developing and crafting your vision for tourism. You use the same gap analysis to use it as the basis to move forward in terms of creating the vision that you have to unblock. Your vision must unblock tourism, for example, or any other sector for that matter. You understand? So this vision must be able to bring a change in the whole landscape of the sector that you are developing. So we're using these challenges to ensure that we develop them into opportunities and therefore make sure that our tourism growth. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. And then you do the framework. After you have got the gap analysis, you do the framework, you look at your opportunities. How do you take your opportunities forward? And how does your opportunities assist you to move forward? Next slide. Now, in terms of the frameworks, framework development, there are 5 components that we look at. Look at the vision and the strategic goals that you want to achieve. What should be the vision? And you must know this is a consultative session this has been a consultative session with the industry. What are your guiding principles? That's what we looked at. The spatial plan framework. How should the tourism spatial framework look like? What should it involve? How should it be developed? How should it be maintained? How should it be funded? How should it be managed? The whole spatial framework of the province, you look at it. You look at tourism, product development, and market framework, because those two will go hand in hand. The tourism product development and the marketing framework. You need the product to take to the market. And then you look at your institutional arrangements, your structures, and so forth. Next slide, please. Next slide. Your strategic, can you go back, please? Can you please go back? Yeah. Your strategic framework also gives you the objectives that you must achieve at the end of the day. And these were the 11 objectives that were sort of arrived at through our plan, that we should be visitor focused. It is 11 strategic objectives. If we have to match our products to the markets, strengthen our portfolio. I'm not going to go through it all, but finally, these strategic objectives assist us to unblock tourism potential. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Then you go to your visioning and your missioning and so forth. And this is, we are in the process of reviewing this master plan. Northern Cape cannot be town or cannot be Joburg. It has got its own unique sort of product offering based on its landscape, spatial frame issues that it is having. But at the end of the day, you've got the vision, you've got underlying principles. The underlying principles, you've got economic. Am I still audible? Sorry. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
sir, you're still audible. Thank you.
Okay. In terms of our underlying principles, you've got broad principles, essentials principles, and specific principles. Yeah, it has messed up my slide now. My slide is messed up, sorry. Hello? Yeah, thank you. Broad principles are those principles that contribute to the national agenda, that contribute to the provincial agenda. You will remember I talked about targets that we are setting. Economic growth, how much does tourism contribute? So the broad principles contribute to those. Essential principles contribute to what will make the both essential and specific contribute to what will make tourism tick. And I'm just going to take one. I'm sure we're all concerned about tourism safety. It's one of the principles that must be sort of part of this, and they must be developed into. Therefore, the market intelligence. Everybody wants to know how much does tourism contribute. The local municipal mayor wants to know how much does tourism contribute in his municipality. Because where he sits as a local municipal mayor, he's got all the tourism facilities, the guest houses are there, the tour operators are there, the restaurants are there. Just at his doorstep, You should be able to say, how many restaurants do I have? How many beds do I have? How many this do I have? That contributes to tourism. How many, what is the tourism spend? So those things are very much important, and therefore the 11 objectives tries to achieve those underlying principles. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is just an example of one of the frameworks. I'm not going to go through all the frameworks. You'll have to get a copy of the master plan, which we are reviewing, which we have also translated into a provincial white paper. So the objective is, let us define and strengthen tourism spatial components and experiences. Why? Because we want to make it easy to get there. People must move around and so forth. What is the short to medium term? Identify and develop priority components and clusters, which we have done. Improve primary access and primary linkages so that people can move around easily. Long term, identify and develop staging post and emerging clusters. Long term, build linkages between secondary gateways and emerging gateways. So this is just how the framework is structured in terms of its implementation. Next slide, please. Then you go to the implementation framework. So you have developed your marketing framework, your product development framework, your spatial development framework, your institutional development framework, which we have developed. So it's a planned approach. So out of this, the implementation plan then have to attain your vision, and your strategy is therefore to develop short-term program implementation plan, action plans, if you wish, medium to long term, and so forth. And that then leads to tourism growth in the province. Next slide, please. This is just one slide that shows you how you then deal with short-term marketing plan. You implement it. You need to have a budget. You need to have time frames. You need to have principal responsible people. You need to have stakeholders. You need to align to the objectives, the 11 objectives. Marketing, for example, the objectives that speaks to marketing would be visitor focused, develop unique Northern Cape positioning, tailor the marketing messages to segments. Align it to strategies. You align all this, you align our objectives to national strategies, like you be visitor focused. We need to align to the market segmentation and market profile of South African tourism. We need to develop the Northern Cape brand. We need to ensure that we get noticed by the market, although we are a long-haul destination. Next slide, please. Next slide. Again, we have got there is an implementation plan, and it tells you about the high-level actions that needs to be taken. Based on I'm just going to read one. Based on available South African market intelligence and in line with South African tourism market focus, select core and secondary target markets for the Northern Cape from recommended overseas African and domestic surveys, segments. Develop detailed market profile for each identified target market to inform marketing efforts. So those are the high-level action that are taken. And expected outcomes would be confirmed or secondary core, confirmed core and secondary target market supported by details. So you have got high-level actions, but they've got outputs as to what will you be able to achieve out of that. Next slide, please. Next slide. So basically, yeah, that is what the Northern Cape tourism, I hope the presentation have been trying to assist in terms of what we have been mandated to do in the presentation. which is to craft
Mr. Mumpy? Sir, are you still with us? Have we lost him? Is he gone? Oh, he was afraid for his own question mark.
Sorry, I'm back.
Are you back, sir? Are you back?
I was gone, but I'm back.
Thank you. I was just saying when
Yeah,
you...
I hope the presentation helped to answer the question.
Thank you, sir. All right. Any questions from the floor? Mr. Mumpy, I think that you have given us such a detailed presentation on what is currently happening in the economic, phase of tourism in the Northern Cape that you have no questions from the floor.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful, sir. Thank you so much.
I hope it could help, though.
Yes, no, definitely, sir. You know, I looked at those gaps and I see these guys sitting in front of me. They can fill some of those gaps that you have identified. So once again, from our side, it's been a privilege to have you as a speaker with us. And all of the best for this master plan and getting the Northern Cape's tourism growing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I have to sign out.
Yes, sir, you can sign out. Much appreciated.
Enjoy your 2 days and today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys, remember when I said that we've got there's the three largest aspects in the economic sector of the Northern Cape, all right? The first one is mining, okay? The second one is services industry, basically. The third one is wholesale and tourism, okay? So this is relevant. This is relevant. Did you see the skills gaps identified? Tourism management. That's human resource development. This is us. What another tourism products. This is us. Our qualifications need to teach that individual not only to fold the bed in a square, but to rather, go, the bed is in a square, do something different to get your customer back. So packaging of their products, ensuring the customer's got a aha moment when they get in there. It's warm in the Northern Cape. Give something cool for the customer to drink. Something like that. And that is us. We've got two gaps that they have identified that we can fill or we can enhance at least our products or our delivery and ensuring that we lesser the gap in that field. All right. Now, ons sê jy weet jou maag dink jou keel is al afgesny. But I trust that you guys can just hold on for a little bit more. We've decided just to, shift the program a bit. Because we can see, and I can see, that you guys want to network. So I cannot give you a set time for lunch, okay? You want to go and sit and relax and do the networking that is needed for this industry. So we are, if you don't mind, and please don't, I'm not going to ask for hands because I know whose hand's going to go up first. I'm just going to say that we are now going to take Mr. Kurumbi to give us the reflections of the day, and then thereafter we're going to I'm going to wrap up. So wait, you'll hear. Thank you, Mr. Kurumbi.
Good afternoon. I am going to be talking for some time. Just give me a chance. Greetings to you all. We have done well today in hosting our 5th Northern Cape PSET Forum, day 1. It may look like a very small achievement, but it is not. If you think of all the planning that took place before the day and the execution of today's session, this is a mammoth task. We should share our appreciation to all who were involved in the planning, those who are not visible physically, and those that we can see today running around. For those of you who are connected online, those that are here, we appreciate your participation and your contributions during the questions and answer. We would also want to send a word of appreciation to the Premier's office, even though they are not here today. The 4 years that they've supported us, the staff that has supported us from the Premier's office, we appreciate your contribution. The Honorable Premier was our first guest speaker during the first seminar, and it made the success of our seminars since then. To the Rural TVET College, our principal, Mr. Sako, we appreciate your welcoming. We appreciate the contributions that your institution has made. We also want to say thank you to the staff from the college for their contribution during the planning and the hosting of the session. I think the forum success is synonymous to the Northern Cape Rural TVET College. And as we celebrate the 5th year, I think they are also celebrating the success of hosting these sessions. To the rest of the speakers that have spoken to, we would like to say thank you for your positive contribution. I think we have grabbed 1 or 2 things that we can use for our general life and the improvement of our communities. To the Acting Deputy Registrar, Mr. Kokong, as a representative of UNISA and as the Director of the Midlands region, your support for the initiative is well known and welcome. The reflections that you have given could not have happened without your direct involvement and your support. The reflections for the past 5 years you have given is the reflection of the work that you have done. Your leadership in the region has made us achieve what we have done to date. Thank you very much for the unwavering support. To the local business, starting with Mr. Kasten and Mr. Dutoit, thank you very much for your presentations. Your contribution to the Northern Cape economy is acknowledged. It is through the impact of your work that we noticed you and requested you to share your expertise today. You are not only contributing to the Northern Cape economy, but you're contributing to the South African economy with the work that you are doing. The last speaker that has just spoken now, Mr. Mampe, thank you very much for the vision that you have shared with us. We appreciate the explanations that you have given. Thank you for sharing the vision for the department. It is unfortunate that tourism is dependent on infrastructure that is not looking good at this stage. This may have a negative impact in attracting the tourists to our different local places. To all Northern Cape PSET Forum members, I am aware that you did not make a presentation today. Therefore, this is not a reflection on the day's event. However, I felt that it would be improper if I go back to my seat without acknowledging the effort that you have made up to today. All members of the PSET Forum, the Department of Education, and wholesale and retail SETA, the Premier's Office, SPU, Community Education and Training College, Nursing College, and all other members that have contributed. We have seen your effort. This is the results of your work. The first day is over. It is done. What is it that you are taking back to your home? What is it that you are taking back to your community? How do you implement some of the noble ideas that have been shared with us today? How do you contribute in your individual capacity to the new developments that is taking place? Are you going to sit on the side and let the development of the sustainable economy in the Northern Cape pass by? The fourth industrial revolution is with us. Have we embraced it, and are we taking advantage of the connectivity that it brings to increase our presence? Are we allowing the fourth industrial revolution to pass by? The electricity problems that the country is going through and the use of solar or wind or green energy, what is your contribution towards the acceptance and accessing the new technology? The SKA that is on our forefront or on our doorsteps, how do we benefit from this initiative that is in our province? We are not forgetting the three questions that the acting deputy director has asked Mr. Kokong. I think that should also be considered at some stage before we leave this place. We also need to place the Northern Cape PSET Forum at the forefront of innovation and production of the quality graduates. Graduates who can fit into the industry, graduates who can create jobs for themselves and others, graduates who are good citizens, graduates who contribute positively to the economy of the province. In conclusion, tomorrow we are coming back. Today we are done. When we come back tomorrow, our focus will be on the showcasing for the PSET sector's work. We ask you to join us again so that we can deliberate on the work that is being done by the PSET sector in your province. Help us to reflect on what we are doing and see how we can improve on it. Today, we will end the day here and congregate again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kurumbi. Yes, the thank you is very important, and it is important to acknowledge the role players and stakeholders who is not with us, but who's always been there for us as supporting the PSET Forum. Now, yes, we are now going to, there's two things you must do for me. All right. Firstly, you will see on this little paper that is standing. We with it. Okay, we're using also the fourth, or is this now? Yeah, the fourth IR. Okay. You will see there is on the back, we would love your feedback. Okay. We need to hear what are we doing well, please, a lot of that. And of course, where we can improve. So we need you to please, you'll see there's two scan codes. Please do the seminar evaluation for us for today. You can just basically just scan and proceed. Okay, that's the situation. The second, of course, is that, yes, I know it's not really your lunchtime now, but we've got something nice for you to nibble on. All right, so please don't leave and rush out of here. The shops will still be there, okay? Wine tasting still there, everything. So you can just now join us for a lovely networking belated lunch, early dinner, whatever you want to call it. But it's time now for you to interact, to do that, behind the scenes negotiations so that we can really make a difference in this lovely province of us. Okay. The Northern Cape is very unique, and that's why each one of you sitting here bring very uniqueness to the table, and that's why we need to interact. Thank you for being part of our first day. Yes, I said that we are almost going to grade R because we're 5 years old, but we're still learning as we go, and therefore that's why you are here as our stakeholders, which are very valuable to us. For our stakeholders online, thank you for sharing the day with us. We appreciate your feedback as well, and we are done for the day, and we will see you tomorrow morning. The lunch will be, our networking lunch is if you go out this door and then you go left, you follow just the basically the onderdak stoep. Okay, you go with the corridor and you will find a venue as you would walk on your left-hand side again. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. It's much appreciated. Don't forget the evaluation, please.